an issue of raised by many times by, I think, labor and students about the water situation in Komani. So I don't know who's going to, or infrastructure. Yeah.
Oh yes, no, he's around. Yes, I was looking for the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. And honourable members, the issue of water, especially in Komani, has come up a number of times, and it is indeed a dire situation for us that we are trying to manage. The underlying cause there is as follows. Specifically in Komani, but it also affects three other campuses of us, or delivery sites. It is a challenge of municipalities' ability to supply sufficient water to our campuses. And at Komani, to be specific, there the challenge is twofold. Not only is the municipality able to deliver the quantum of water on all the days that we require it, the location of the site, which is elevated, makes it such that even the pressure for the water to reach the reservoir is insufficient. Now, one can be tempted to say it is a problem that is outside of our control, but it's a problem that is affecting us nonetheless, so we've needed to come up with solutions. The following three solutions are in place right now. A relatively short-term solution, a medium-term solution, and a long-term solution. The short-term solution, which agreeably is not ideal, is the solution we have in place right now, where we are carting water in tankers. And this is really the solution that is creating the inhumane conditions that have been described here. We concede that it is not great. We have a second solution that is in place, which I'll call an intermediate solution, and that is a project that is underway for installing reservoirs at all of our sites where we have water challenges, such that when water is available from the municipality, we will pump and fill these reservoirs of ours full, such that they can last us those periods of non-supply. And that project is underway at various sites. We will start seeing these reservoirs come into place from January next year, where we are putting in relatively light construction reservoirs, so you can get these plastic JoJo reservoirs, and then where the reservoirs are quite involved, concrete and steel reservoirs that will take longer into the year. And then the long-term solution, honourable members, is one where WUSU is really seeking to become a water services authority in its own right. And in that respect, we are looking to explore and drill for our own groundwater, such that we will supply our campuses independently of the municipality, and essentially rid ourselves of the dependency from the municipality, as the picture is clear that it will get much worse with the municipality before it gets better. And in that respect as well, we've already gone out on the procurement of service providers that will give us a solution on a concession basis, perhaps on a 15-year basis, to provide water to the municipality at rates that are competitive to the municipality. So those are the three solutions that are in place to counteract this water problem. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that, Chair. Look, it's obviously unfortunate that the institution is supposed to take over responsibility for a failed municipality altogether. But it is true that you do have to make a plan, or else kematata. My problem is twofold. One, whether the solutions you have are the most efficient and effective ones, given the need immediately, right? A JoJo tank is a very cheap thing to get at any place, and to install 2, 3 at one place and then the others so long, and make sure that you drill the system where the JoJo filters directly into the taps. That's something that you can do very, very easily. You don't have to go around having a long process for that. That's number one. Number two, as a long-term solution, beyond still depending on the municipality's supply some other time, is a borehole system. We have institutions where such are already in place, and that should be the long-term solution, because what I want to caution your planning against is assuming that the municipality is one day going to become something that you can depend on. Because if the leadership does not change or nothing changes within the next 10 years, then you're still going to be in the same problem where you're still going to have to depend on a defunct municipality. So those are two submissions that I want to make. But number three, the bottom line is, yes, you're still thinking about these things, but the bottom line is that you have staff and students who are saying, but in the meantime, life is not good. And what I'm not hearing from you is the timelines for recovery, to say, in November, no, sharp. Are we saying in the 2026 academic year, when we start, we would have every contingency plan in place to shield the burden?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think you raised two valid points. The first one on how quickly we can implement that medium-term solution or short-term solution. You are right, a Jojo tank solution is a relatively quick solution, and that is what we are implementing right now. And when I spoke, I might have given the impression that these are plans. These are projects that are underway right now. And then the second one, we are also in agreement on this one. The groundwater solution I sought to describe is precisely the borehole solution that you're talking about. That will give us the long-term solution, eventually ridding us of reliance from the municipality. So I'm in agreement with you there as well.
Chairperson, may I quickly? Let's check with Labour. The JOJOs are currently in place right now. Is this the true assessment of what's going on? Is this, according to your reality, is there consistency there?
Chair, that's not true, Chair. Because as even the response, this is not a problem that started a month ago. This problem has been there for close to 2 years, if not more now. And the last time you wrote to HR, I think, was 3 months ago, requesting this issue. So I don't think the answer is correct, Chair.
Okay, so I think also, to be fair, he said this is the process they're implementing now, not that the Jojo tanks are there. So maybe give us a when will this thing come? Just, is it something that will come now before the close of the academic year, or it's something that will happen next year, and if it's next year, by when?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, the implementation of the tanked solution, I'm assured by management that will be in place by the start of the next year. So the start of the next financial year, those Jojo tanks will be in place. I wanted to just make it clear that at council level, these decisions have been approved. There might be an implementation lag if that is the case, which we monitor closely as well. But we have been given assurances that they will be in place in the timelines that we mentioned.
Chair, also I do want to clarify that the council became aware of this issue, particularly the PICC, this year, not 2 years ago. What we wanted to guard against was to not have a process because we are in crisis. So we were told, if this matter had been 2 years old, we were told this year. And we had asked the same question why we were being told now. And therefore, we could not concede to have a makeshift process that could undermine the integrity of seeking a supplier of this kind of service. So what the chair is saying here is very important, that we have set up a process, we've taken a decision and set up a process.
Chairperson, that's neither here nor there. But thank you for the context. I have a fundamental problem with council being the one answering questions about implementation when council is not responsible for implementation.
Chair.
Re na le mathata serase because
We agree with you, Honorable.
so I don't understand why you even bothered yourself to respond to something you're not responsible for. So who's the leader of the delegation as far as operation is concerned? Wena mme. So according to council, councillor has taken a decision to say these things must happen. And they are of the understanding that implementation is underway. How far are you with the implementation?
Can I ask Mr. Dubé to answer that? He's in charge of that project.
Please switch on the mic first.
I'm worried, Mr. Dube, I'm worried that that project will take long. If you can't see, the mic is off.
I'm a bit far from it. I thought my voice would do the trick, but anyway. Chair, as Councillor Kowe has already indicated, there are 3 interviews to date. We are pursuing resuscitating an existing borehole on site to augment water supply for the solution, rather for the campus. Long term, we've gone out on an expression of interest for alternative sustainable water supplies for all our campuses, including Komani. And to give a bit of an assurance, as Councillor Kowe has indicated, this is symptomatic of municipal service delivery failure. But they have, in the last week or 2, improved their supply to campus. We have stopped cutting water to campus and are dependent on the municipal supply for now. We've not stopped looking at the mid-term solution, which we are timing for end of December, where we'll resuscitate the existing borehole to supply campus while we are busy with the long-term solution. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, this is a very, very simple conversation. Labour and SRC presented today on the 19th of November that as of right now, the plan that you say you have in place is not effective, that it is not in effect. So either the people you have deployed are not giving you a clear status of what the ground looks like, or you yourself are not conducting oversight of things that you have given matching orders for, or 3, you are lying altogether. I would like to imagine that the latter is not true. So my worry is, council di Jojo Tenke, as we speak, it is their understanding that they're being implemented. But even in your communication now, project manager, I'll call you that. How we got Jojo? Ubu got bohol.
Tanks on site. Okay. There are already Jojo tanks on site. There is a lower part of campus with Jojo tanks receiving water supply from the municipal reservoir, pumping up to the higher level of the campus with Jojo tanks. But because of pressure issues, we are not receiving adequate supply from the municipal reservoir, which is why we've been cutting water to campus and feeding the Jojo tanks on the upper side of the campus and reticulating by gravity through the entire campus. We've stopped doing that, as I've said, that the municipal supply has improved in the last week or 2. There are Jojo tanks on site. Perhaps it's a question of amplifying a problem that has been in existence for years, but there is water supply on campus as I speak.
Okay, SRC.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm very confused here. We have been having this issue of water supply, and when we ask what is going on, we are told that there's a water pipe burst, and you will see them digging for 2 weeks. There is no water for 2 weeks. Abazu's a tank to assist us or anything, they'll be digging for 2 weeks, and they would say that the pipe burst. So I'm confused now when they speak of municipal supply, but when we ask, they say it's a pipe burst, and they'll be digging for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Now,
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, we need to present things straight as they are. There is a certain level of incompetence to that effect. This matter has been brought before the management timelessly. We had even had some meeting a few months ago to say the issue of this cannot be postponed or delayed for any longer, because it was only in this platform where we were all concerned about the throughput of the institution, which directly affects how lecturers, how students are going to perform if there is no water within the campus. So I think we are not doing justice for students, for workers, for people of South Africa coming here to say there were plans and we are still waiting for municipality to do all those things. What is the management doing, really? The last part, Chair, it becomes frustrating when decisions are taken, the support is provided by the council, the management does nothing. Hence, you hear that something that council is interfering, whilst council is addressing issues which the management take 1,000 years to address. That is the real issue here. The constant writing to council. How did write to council? Many a times, Chair, saying that there are issues that need to be addressed urgently, but are not happening. Council, if you don't act, the institution is going to fall. And when they did that, someone came here and said they are interfering. How? They must fold arms and watch whilst the institution is dying. We could not fold arms as anyhow. We had said you must act because we know that you have a capability to do so. Thank you, Chair.
okay, Absa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the last time we wrote to Executive Director HR about this matter was 2 months ago. There was a Kamela festival in Komani. Then we said we are going to give management 7 days to respond on this issue because the conditions are not that favorable for any human to be in that space. The response we got was that all this nice response we're getting here, that their temporal arrangement is going to be done, water will be running. Then in that event, water was running just for 7 days. After that, the water has again stopped running. So we've been receiving this response of temporal arrangement each and every time when we start around the issue of water questioning and say, why is the water stopping? And then you'll have a water running for 7 days. Then after that, water stops. And you'll find that sometimes the timings are very bad because now we'll create a fight between labor and students, because now it's December, students want to go to class and write, labor do not have places to go and relieve themselves, toilets are not working and all that stuff. You end up leaving those things. I said, no, it's fine, guys, go and write, then next day we'll come again and complain about the same thing, and then we'll be told about temporary arrangement.
So, Chair of Council, on this matter, we'll close it this way. The infrastructure person working with management must get us a written response on what is it that, I hear that you have taken a decision at a council level to address the problem, but there seems to be different views from students, labor, and management on what is on site and if the problem has been resolved or not. So we'll ask you, when we close the meeting, we'll give the time frames, but please attend to this one from a council point of view and will give us a response, because water is life. I mean, without, and water goes in line with sanitation, and that is dignity. So imagine having somebody who must be on campus for the whole day to lecture students, and they can't go to the bathroom to relieve themselves the whole day because it will be a mess. It doesn't, I mean, we are talking, I think Dr. Christians was asking about the throughput rate and success rate. I agree, this might be one of the biggest contributors to this thing. Obviously, my view is that there's a study released a few years ago, or well, almost many years ago now, by Council for Higher Education, that compared the success rate of those students who stayed at rest and those who stayed at home. And the report came out clear that those who stayed at home took longer to graduate because of the conditions at home. They are not suitable for teaching and learning compared to those who are at rest. And the institution not having adequate rest, I don't know, out of the 19,000 something or 21,000 that are accredited or are owned by private people here, how many of them are in good conditions? How many of them have got hot water all the time? How many of them have got Wi-Fi? How many of them have got security? And if we put students there, you know, the benefit of having a chairperson of council in this committee, I'm the oldest, so the benefit of having the benefit of having these young people in this committee is because many of them would have been student leaders, or many of us would have been student leaders, and some of us would have stayed in both private accommodation and university-owned accommodation. And I can tell you, some of the private-owned accommodation around May, June, when students must go and write examinations, they will tell you, NSFAS has not paid. We don't have hot water. They must shower in June. In Gauteng, it's very cold around that time with cold water. If there's water, they must prepare at night. There's no electricity. There's no Wi-Fi. Studying under such circumstances becomes very difficult. So accommodation in itself contributes to your success rate and throughput rate, but also the type of accommodation we put our students also contribute to that part. But this one of not having water in class, I mean, students would have said, and staff, they would have said the infrastructure of lecturers. It's something I think we must look at because I think department, we must be biased towards assisting historically disadvantaged institutions. Because how do we expect them to compete with vets or with the Stellenbosch when the lecture rooms are literally classrooms? Or you are saying, you are comparing, and then when we measure you, we say to you, you must be at this level. But the support that government gives towards WUSU to be at that level is not matching. So when it comes to infrastructure, and also when we strike students, I forgot this one. I know you are going to strike soon. No, maybe next year. But I hope you don't strike. But when you strike, well, firstly, strike must be the last thing you enter into. But even when you do so, you've got a responsibility to protect the infrastructure we have there. Because sometimes people say it's student who ban, but because we've been students, like I've said, we have unethical business people who take advantage of the system. So what do? You put companies on a panel, security companies, or if there's a strike, I'm not going to be able to go through the procurement process. So I've got a panel of 3 companies. So now students embark on a peaceful march. or strikes for 2-3 days. These unethical business people in there, I'm making an example for now with security. What they do, they first try to bribe student leaders of this thing. So, yeah, man, for them to listen to you, maybe let's ban this. No. No, there's 35 other SRCs and campuses. So if you are only defending one, there's 34 others elsewhere. So, but what they then do is, if you refuse, they themselves will join your march without you seeing, and they'll go ban this infrastructure so that the university can say it's a violent march, we're bringing in extra security, right? So when you do a march, you must know you are opening a space for these unethical people to take advantage of this situation. The second one are those who are on panels to renovate university infrastructure. They also look at the same thing and they say, if this building bends, there it's 16 million profit. Those people are advanced. By looking at the building, they already know the profit. So we're appealing with you that we must not, strike must be the last thing. It must be the last resort. If it means you must have a meeting with council for the 12th time in a year, it must sit. Because we can't afford to have, the situation is, doesn't allow us to lose any more infrastructure. We can't afford. So when we don't make our jobs very difficult, when we appeal to the department to help on these funding reforms so that they make sense to HDIs, we don't want them to come back and say, but these HDIs are the ones that are being bent. We've just lost infrastructure of just over 300 million, not far from where you are. Very bad. So we don't want to lose anymore. So I thought I must just clarify this part. Honorable Kakao, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chairperson. I know we do water, but I'm not satisfied, Chairperson. I'm certainly not satisfied because, I mean, we sat here right now hearing the person who's responsible for operationalizing the supply of water communicate a plan that, according to his understanding, is currently in action, but the people who are at the receiving end of the plan denying the action thereof. Even online right now, of people who are streaming this conversation, they're saying, "Hore, there's no such thing, that there's no water in plan." So for me, I don't want it to just be a thing that we just browse through altogether. I said there are three possibilities. Either the gentleman is being dishonest to us by his account of events. Two, or the information that is currently at his disposal, according to whoever's responsible for giving to him, is outdated and false. Or number three, the oversight that he was supposed to play at making sure that the marching orders he gave are in effect has not happened. So those are three options. And I don't know this committee to ever be a cute committee when it comes to something as basic as water. Particularly when we know for a fact that the municipality is not going to wake up tomorrow and be hopeful enough to deliver water. We know it's a fact. And if council has taken a resolution with a three-tiered approach on how they're going to fix this, there's no way we can sit here and not think there's a serious fundamental problem with the fact that management is not actioning resolutions of council, and that they think it's okay for us to sit here, but wasnametsi. So I'm going to give you time to think about what else we must do, because I don't think your approach is working. It can't be that you have APSA, Nahau, and the SRC coming here to bleed out their hearts to us and tell us for real it's a problem, and then now we just think, that's not who we are, and that's not who we should be today.
And that's not what I've said.
Ha ko lwantshe.
Yes, I'm just saying, I've not said it's a small matter. I've addressed it to council. You may disagree with the approach, it's okay. But to say that the approach that's not what we've said.
Okay, Chair, it's fine. Chair of Council, in line with the chairperson's proposal, may I request, because I mean, right now, you know from the people at the receiving end that they're saying they don't have water. May I request that you take it upon yourself with, I VC, although the VC are thing, but you take it with the person who's responsible for cracking the whip operationally on this matter and fix it as a matter of urgency within this week.
Yes, thank you, Honorable. The person I actually assigned on this is the CFO, but I take your guidance. I will crack the whip at that level.
Where's the CFO? CFO?
Sitting here.
So you were assigned? What is your understanding? Did you release funds?
Honorable Member, my understanding is that the assignment is from today.
Pardon? Say that again?
My understanding of what the chair said is that I will take, as the CFO, will take the responsibility to ensure that what the committee has mandated us to do is completed this week.
It's fine, I hear that, and I appreciate that this week is good, but let's now just do a diagnosis quickly. You released funds, I get, to give effect to the resolution already.
Honorable Member, the process is that so there are two things that we need. Funds is not an issue. The main thing is to get the specifications from operations on the ball and the tanks that they want. So what I'm committing to do is I will follow up after this meeting with them to get the specifications and get my team to execute the procurement.
So before this conversation, you had not received the specifications?
Yes.
So ntate ntho tsa buang ka tsona tšhelete tsa tsona di nkile kae? Excuse, let me speak it in English. So what I'm trying to ascertain, so ntate operations who says his system is in plan, if operations had not given you specifications for the resolution in council, where did he get the money to do what he says he's doing right now if you say you haven't authorized such before?
Honorable Member, there are 3 phases to the water solution that Mr. Dube explained. So what we have executed and completed is the cutting of the water, where we buy water, which is supplied to the campus by a service provider. So that has been completed. The second phase, which is a more sustainable, in fact, there are 2 other phases. The second phase is then the borehole.
I understand that, and that's not, if you're following the conversation, I've parked the long-term solution.
Okay.
I am at the immediate rollout of the contingency plan right now. Ndate Dube ore you have tanks available, and that according to his understanding, these tanks are supposed to be flowing water. They're supposed to be water flowing. Students and labor are saying this is not true. This is not happening. So I'm asking, beyond you saying moving forward, you are going to do this thing, which is great, Vele, you should. Right now, so you are agreeing with Ndate Dube, Hore, the plan of JoJo's and the flowing of the water is something you have already financed. Is that what you're saying? Your office has financed that?
Honorable Member, I hope we are not going in circles. I will do my best. My understanding is that there are tanks available on site, but what labor is saying is that that tank system and the water supply and the cutting of water to the campus is not sufficient. My response was saying, in terms of then augmenting that water supply with the borehole facility, we, or from the finance department, we have not yet received the specifications to execute that.
And I said I heard you, Gadi borehole, it's fine, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm being very specific. I don't know what other language to speak other than English to drive my point. Because I was also on Google. So the point I'm making is this. When you follow the trail of this conversation, the trail is specific. That the borehole pressure is a problem because of the pressure from the municipality and the reservoir. Sharp, we heard that. And then I think I almost certainly heard that there was a plan still to add, you contracted water to supply yourself in there so that you don't have a problem where Masipala flow puts you in jeopardy. That's what you said you do. And you are saying, so are you, I want you to agree or you financed that second source of filling the tanks. Okay.
Yes,
so
we did that.
If you did, explain ahead why there's no water. If you paid for it and that is approved, why is there no water flowing?
Honorable Member, I wouldn't be able to answer why there's no water flowing, because we have financed it, we have issued the order for a service provider to deliver water to the municipality.
Who's responsible for checking hore everything you've paid for is delivered? So after you authorize the CFO, who within the institution is tasked with making sure that the money you've paid is there's value for it?
Honorable Member, there are two processes. The first process is where we issue the order, where we say we want 20 or 30,000 liters. That gives the supplier the authority to deliver the water. They need to deliver the water. After they've delivered, they issue the invoice, which is signed by operations. Once operations have received the invoice and they've approved that the water has been delivered, only then do we, as finance, pay the supplier.
So, first of all, do you know who the supplier of the water is?
Not offhand, Honorable Member.
Who's, apart from Tate Dube, who's the operations person that's responsible for that contract? The water delivery one?
It will be Mr. Dube.
Tate Dube. Who's the supplier that you use for the water?
Member, we buy the water from the district municipality or Tambo district municipality.
Okay, and you signed from OR Tambo district municipality that when you received water. Is that like for real, for real? Do you want to try again?
We went out on an RFQ and they came out the cheapest, ma'am. And
Sorry, please speak closer to the mic. I'm struggling to hear you. Or maybe you're welcome to, there's a seat open right here.
I'll try and project my voice and speak a bit louder. We are buying the water from the district municipality in Queenstown. It was viable to do so that we don't get charged markup pricing by secondary suppliers.
So and then if OR Tambo le mo patetse tšhelete ya metsi.
Rather, it's Crisani. It's the local district municipality in Queenstown. It's Crisani. I'm confusing district municipalities. My apologies in that regard. It's Crisani district municipality in Queenstown.
Let's try again. Which municipality are you buying water from?
Crisani district municipality in Queenstown.
Okay. And you said it's an RF what?
Request for quotations.
Yes.
Yes, we sent out a request for quotations to local suppliers, including the municipality.
Okay.
The local suppliers would, in any event, buy from the municipal, from the district municipality and put their markup. And we found it prudent to purchase directly from the municipality than from secondary suppliers.
And it is your understanding that metsi a ntse a kena ka hara dijojo?
They cut using their water bowsers to the campus 30 kilometers away from Queenstown. to Masibulele College of Education in Weekly C, and they fill up our JoJo tanks on site. And water gravitates into the reticulation system of the campus from those JoJo tanks.
So, Ndate, are you saying labor and students are living in a dreamland that does not exist?
Honorable Member, the water supply issue in Weekly C, Masibulele College of Education, is a long-standing issue, and admittedly, it's something that should have been resolved a long
Ndate,
time
no, I'm not
ago.
asking you when did this problem start. That is not my question to you.
To answer you directly, I am confident there is water supply at Masibulele College of Education. There has been consistent supply of water to Masibulele College of Education effective from October when we intervened with this short-term measure.
CFO, you see why that conversation was necessary? Because when now you sign and you assume your operations does their work, but somewhere in the line, you have a responsibility to check in all the time with operations or na, that the money you gave is the money that you authorized being used for that which it was supposed to, number one, and two, whether there's value for money there. I want to close it now because there's clearly, we're not going to get Ndate Dube and Ndate Ngaitobi. We're not going to get Ndate Dube to agree, but there's no water. Because he's going to refuse ... We'll sit here until tomorrow. The bottom line is, I am more inclined to believe students and labor than I am to believe in Ndate Dube and anything he says. So, again, we're going back to the proposal. And your undertaking is great that at the end of the week it should be sorted. But can it not be just an appeasal of my face and all of us here? Because I come from a municipality that is also defunct. Machabeng does not work. And I've made sure my mother has a JoJo tank in her house so that, because I wouldn't want the dignity of my mother as a teacher for 32 years not having water to go teach Banabas Chaba. The same principle I would assume is true for any of the lecturers or the staff, that they don't want to wake up and go to school responsible for building tomorrow's future leaders, Bangha, Kapo. That's just not human. And beyond this, I hope you find a way to deal with Ndate Dube. I'm going to close it there. Water.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I wonder, because you see, there was an instruction to me to do certain things. Has that been expunged?
I think it goes without saying that you've given an undertaking to CFO.
All right.
That in the same way that
I must still oversee it.
Yes, no. In the same way that he's responsible for overseeing that operations does its job, now you are not absolved from your responsibility of oversight.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I just wanted clarity.
Okay, I want that. Let's talk about accommodation accreditation, SRC President. Do you have in your database a fresh statistic review of the accreditation of all student beds on and off campus?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Member. No, I think from the list that we got from the university, and they said to have received it from NSFAS, it had largely the majority of the residences that were migrated from the university systems to that one of NSFAS. But the ones that were added by NSFAS and everything, we are not sure.
All right, so I'm asking this because I think we must find a way. There's only one person, one stakeholder within the institution that really, truly cares about the quality of beds, and that is the user of the beds, that is students. If management does not care about water, there's no way they're going to care about beds. Equally, NSFAS has shown itself over years to also not care about your beds. So I would employ on you to make sure, or before the year ends, that you do your own honest assessment of the quality of student accommodation. You have forces on the ground, fighters are many. Equally, you can knock on doors of the Democratic Alliance, SASCO, let's have an all hands on deck approach. Lonzi order. You can knock on any door. I'm sure this is not something that is political, that every student will benefit from helping you knock door by door and make sure what the status of that is. I think that's a responsibility as President and Secretary General that you must take seriously before you come into 2026. That being said, when I Chairperson, please can it be noted in our communication with NSFAS next, to be flagged next week. Part of what we need to reevaluate is the norms of standards of student accommodation, because the last update we had was in 2015, and we need to have that audit re-looked into. That assessment must work. So that's just that. So we're now riding and then submit to NSFAS and management and copy us in to help you track and see where do we close the gap for the next academic year. Is that good?
Yes, actually it's correct, but hopefully the university is listening to you, because when you are asking for their support for us to go and do I would say, an evaluation of the residences that are off campus, they will tell us, no, don't enter in that space, it's NSFAS responsibility.
Who from the management would tell you that?
The director in Rasa and everything.
Where's the director in Rasa? Are they here today?
No, he's not here.
Who's their boss?
I think they're reporting to...
You are the boss. Boss, please tell your subordinate that they cannot tell students that they cannot conduct oversight on their living conditions under any circumstance. So we should not at this committee ever hear students saying that they are barricaded from entering spaces that they sleep in. Thank you. Thank you, President. Ndate Nkaitobi, before I come to you, Absa, you mentioned that in your presentation that Senate has a problem with council. Can you unpack on that? Because you mentioned it in passing, but you didn't really unpack how council interferes with Senate's role. Can you unpack that for us, please?
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, around the presentation, around the issue of Senate, what we have as a problem as Labour is that Senate is one of the critical stakeholders that advise the council, meaning its process of consultation must be done properly. I'll make an example. When we were going to the renewal of the Vice Chancellor, you'll find that the consultation of the council to Senate was at 12, and the consultation of the council at IF was at 1. Meaning just an hour. So that's a by-the-way thing that the senators are not happy about. Same applied to when it came to the appointment of the new Vice-Chancellor. Now the crisis that the senators are raising, they're saying they don't feel as if the council is giving enough time and space when they come to consult for them to debate and give their view around what the council is bringing and proposing adequately. But the council just comes and says, look, this is what we've done, and then off it goes. That's where the crisis is at.
Ndate Nkaitobi, I mean, surely 3 hours to just have people breathe, exhale, and ventilate is not too much to ask. I don't think it's something that Parliament must be listening to. And my understanding also of how the relationship between Senate and Council works is that before Council resolves on anything, Senate must first go through the Senate process, and then that the outcome of Senate's engagement filters into what is deliberated by Council. So when in your assessment as Council Chair, what are these news to you? When now Senate
Yeah, certainly. I was just going to ask, because the person, you see, I did both of those consultations, but the person who reported back to council on the Senate resolution was Professor Lennington.
Professor?
Professor Lennington, and neither, on both of those occasions, no issue was raised that the time was insufficient.
So, essentially, or if Professor Nalabutata, she must say it to your face.
No, I mean, no, not here. I'm not necessarily interested in this
Yeah.
particular, but we actually had a council meeting where she came to tell us the views of the Senate. In relation to the first issue, the non-appointment of the current Vice Chancellor, my understanding is that it was unanimous. In fact, in the minute of council, it's recorded as unanimous. In relation to the appointment of the Vice Chancellor that's starting on the 1st of January,
Yeah.
she reported that there was a minority that had an issue about the academic record.
Record is.
But there was no objection to the appointment. At the council, it was unanimous. So those are the two reports that I received.
Okay.
So the
Prof?
fact that now somebody has gone to APSA is a bit odd. So maybe she can just explain what transpired at both of those Senate meetings, because I didn't attend them. I presented and then I left,
You left,
because
yeah.
I'm not a senator.
Yeah, Prof, can we, because look, honestly, for me, there's like really serious issues that must be ventilated by Parliament, and Senate's emotions for me are not one of those things right now. But just please bridge the gap of confusion between what APSA is saying and your understanding of what's going on at Senate.
Thank you. So, because the current Vice Chancellor would have been conflicted, I chaired those Senate meetings. On both occasions, the Chair of Council came in and presented. And I think maybe not the first one, but definitely second one, there was a question asked about what does consultation mean. And it's an interpretation of policy in terms, and that's, I think, maybe it's a conversation the university needs to have to sort it out. But in terms of the interpretation of policy, it was presented to council, and I carried the report back to council. The one was, we actually had a written report, and the other one was a verbal report. And I did report the matters that the councillors were unhappy about in terms of the resolution they made. And there was a lot of grumbling about what does consultation mean, but we never took a resolution on that matter. And having heard it, I think perhaps it is something that maybe between Senate and Council we need to have an agreement on what we actually mean when it says in the statute the Council will consult Senate, and what does consult mean in line with the policy which has a selection committee that is mandated to do certain things. And I can't come up with a solution for you, Honourable Member, but I can just say, hearing it, I think it's perhaps a conversation we need to have.
Yeah, can I just give advice? Honestly, I mean, for me, senators are very touchy people generally, irrespective of which institution you go to. You go to UCT, you go Stellenbosch, they all have emotions that are very deep and very vested in the intellectual ego. It's a lot. And so the last thing you need is to have those people feeling some type of way about the appointment of their vice-chancellor. That's really just unhealthy for any institution. So my request is, and also given that your policies, the statutes are not new, they've always been there. So you shouldn't even have adjourned a meeting with confusion around the interpretation of policy, because that's something that shouldn't even be there to begin with. So may I request, Hore, I mean, the process is done. All you have to do right now is just to go back and massage emotions and just make sure that people just are happy, man. Make them feel like, you know, Subat. Just go do that, honestly. We can't come here and we don't, that's just it. I have how many minutes left? 3, Chair. Let's discuss the extension of your term, Ndate.
So do you want me to speak? Oh. So the term was always 2 years. Then the time came for us to renew the statute. And what we do, we advertise it for any comments on any aspect of the statute. There was a proposal from IF. I didn't personally do this. It was done by Councillor Jachan. But one of the proposals from IF Well, there were many strategic things that they wanted to do, which was firstly to incorporate the convocation into the structure of governance, to change certain ways of the operations of the convocation to make it more independent, and also to align the term of office of the council with management for purposes of oversight. 2 years is just too short. They did an assessment in the country, and the range is between 4 and 7. There are some that are at 5, others at 4, others on the extreme side at 7. So we then decided to fix it at 5. So the draft was then published. There was just no comment at all on that clause. There were comments on other clauses, together with a clause dealing with the transition, because the question is, well, what do you then do with the councillors that are already in office? The advice that was received, I think they used Chettle Thompson, was that you could have a transitional clause so that their term is aligned with a new statute, because the term has not lapsed. As you know, the statute is not passed by us, it's passed by the minister in a government gazette. So it went through that process, and that was done.
Now, so what's the problem there exactly? What is the issue? What happened? It was at APSA or ASKIS? I thought it was you who said if the president, somebody said something about Ramaphosa and himself.
Oh no, it was APSA.
It was at APSA, ASKIS now.
Actually, we sponsored the film.
Yeah, I know your colleagues are guilty nationwide. ASKIS. Yeah, APSA, please. What is your gripe there? That's the issue.
Okay. Chair, our issue was, we don't have a problem with changing from 2 to 5. The problem here to start at that transitional period that Professor Ngcobo is speaking about. And I think it's also one of the reasons that many staff members or USU community feels as if even the council is now overstepping, is born out of this thing. You have a council that has been serving right at the tip of its end of its term. It's renewed the term when it changes the statute. What we were requesting was that when we change the statute, everyone must then be subjected to a normal process of getting into the council. Meaning we can't have someone that have been serving for 4 years. Now when it's the end of the term, during the transition period, that person now gets to be given another 5 years. Then that makes 9 years. And on the other side, we are changing everything at your management level. Meaning we have more council that is advanced in understanding of the institution than the managers. Hence you see council wanting to explain on behalf of managers, because council have a better understanding of what is currently happening at that level, because they've been there for quite a number of years. That's why the problem we're speaking about.
Those submissions were not raised during the process. Is he telling the truth?
They were submitted, Chair.
So he's lying.
The organization did submit, Chair.
Through you, Chair.
This view was raised by IF, correctly as put. Even its transition articulation was raised by IF. Just wanted to make that clear. The last structure to be consulted on the statute review was IF. And these inputs, unfortunately, with the transition of whether they should be extended again for the next 5 years, was never raised as a concern. And our advice to council was that there should be a transition of the current council to the new term. The reason for that, honorable member, is the issue of governance that we spoke about. The short-term governance period for council, we felt that it is not adequate in terms of context understanding. Therefore, a duration of a prolonged time will give an insight into what the institution as an organ operates in. So I just wanted to echo that point from the IF side. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. All right. So, APSA, you have people like IF. Your people are there.
We have 2 now.
So, Le di raisitse le bo mang ntho tseo ha batho ha ba di tsebe? Because I'm trying to get to the bottom line of where did the communication breakdown happen. Because for me, I'm not happy sitting in a room where you are saying you raised these things and then IF says IF had a ventilation of the issues but they didn't receive those submissions. So where were they? Where were they submitted? Kibutsa absandad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Chair, ABSA is indeed correctly represented to IF, and these were submitted through the deployment of ABSA to IF as the first stance. And secondly, ABSA as an organization did raise its concerns around this issue of a term, Chair.
Through you, Chair, thank you. The submissions were written.
Hold on, IF, close your mic. Close your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Register.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think for record purposes, and as a secretary to council and to the commission that was responsible for the amendment of the statute, ABSA made no such submission on transitional clause. Thank you.
Can we get that hand?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I thought you put the chair in a tough spot because he is the chair and he's involved. So as members of council, I just want to make it clear that the concern around why the statute itself, because that context is important, was reviewed at the time it was precisely because the rationalization and consolidation had implications for the statute, the governance and management. So there's no motive behind that. It is the natural process of change. Secondly, all stakeholders are represented in various governance structures, as we have correctly heard. The debates took place in various platforms. And at council level, we receive reports and inputs. There were a couple of inputs, Chair, I can tell you now. I had inputs too, as a council member, that were not taken into account. It's a natural process of dialogue and debate and negotiating a statute. A statute is and must be understood as a negotiated document.
No, let
for
me.
those interested.
No, I don't think you're going to help us on this point that that we are dealing with. We're dealing with one point.
Yeah, on principle, Chair, I just wanted to be clear.
No,
on principle.
No,
Yeah.
we understand the principle.
Right.
But the contestation here is not on principle, is that there's a contestation on the views that there were, in fact the chair says, there were comments on many clauses that were proposed. But on this one, of the transition, there was no comment or objection. Now, ABSA is saying that's not true. They've done so inside IF and as a union. The chair of IF says, no, that was not done in IF. The register says, as the secretary of council, I had not received those issues. So don't give us context that we thought you were going to speak to this point.
No, there was, as far as I know, there was no such submission.
Okay, no, it's fine. You want to?
So I worry because here's what you know what's awkward about this conversation. The two of you were not there. You have deployees that you sent there. And so what's awkward is the people who you sent, because they're not here, testing whether they made a submission and whether their submission, if indeed it was made, was a minority submission that was voted out by a majority in the room or what. But can I say, because another thing, outside of the touchy intellectuals who are senators, the other problem is labor. Without labor, you have no institution at all. Can you go talk to each other and fix that and clear the confusion? Just go to therapy and have a chat. That's all. Because a lot of the things that that we're ventilating now are things that really just require you guys to talk, to find each other, and move forward. That's that. The rest can stand over to next week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable. You see, earlier on, I saw what you, after 15 minutes of your time, you then realized why I said council must address this matter, because I listened to the responses earlier on. And I can tell you where the problem, yeah, okay. Who wants to go first? We've got two Sihles, the junior Sihle and the senior Sihle. Okay, or the older Sihle will stand.
Magcinolo is the last born of the house. Thank you, Chair. I think I appreciate, Chair, we've been seeing these things in all institutions of this country, including state-owned entities. They're all falling apart because of either the board or the council who want to enjoy perks and be called these big names, and they sit far from the problems. From me, when this conversation was ensuing of saying that no, we are a council that get involved there and there again, not on operational, but issue by issues when there are burning issues. I appreciated that because it means we are moving in the right direction. As long as we know that our involvement are that we mustn't sit far from the problem and things are happening and there's no solution from those problems. So from my side today, that's what we've been lacking in South Africa all the time. That's why everything is falling apart. Our post office are falling apart, all state-owned, because you can change board or council 10 times, the institution will still fall apart. Because at the lowest level of management, they do as they please and they don't tell you at the top that things are falling apart. One of the questions that I wanted to pursue, I think it was around August, I was there, at Batawet, I came myself, it was during SRC elections. So I had a meeting, I think I appreciate as well, there was a Prof Nguza who gave me an audience, a boardroom. We had a challenge of, I think it's student support. Student support sits under register, ne?
Should be under him, but he's carefully assigned it elsewhere.
So student support sits under you?
No, honorable members, it's under ED, Student Affairs.
It's under ED, Student Advice?
Yeah, that means Executive Director, Student Affairs.
He's here, Ankeri. She's here.
She's far right.
Yeah. What I would like to know, there was a complaint of your division getting involved in student affairs matter of who must participate in SRC and who must not participate. So, and I can tell you now, these are the things, Chair, that I want to highlight now. That there are things happening under the council's nose, but these people who are operational, they are hiding from you. They don't tell you, they don't give this report.
I can assure you, Honorable, we know that problem 20 times.
Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad you know it, yeah. But she must explain. You were involved in blocking some students from participating in an SRC election of around September in Batawet. And this student, one of the leaders of this student movement, Artis Nyokana, wrote letters after letters to you, and we wrote letters as well to Prof. Songa about that issue, explaining, giving evidence that here is what the students have been submitted, everything they qualify to participate in what the chair now is calling an institution of democracy. They want to participate lose on numbers, lose because they don't have support. But when you are getting involved in Ngane, you are deciding who must be participating in SRC and who must not. Explain that, because there is a letter written by those students. There is a letter written by me. I had a meeting with Professor Nguza. I wrote a letter to Professor Songa as well. And Chair, there is a problem in WUSU. You write letters and they go in a dark hole. You can write tons. I can print all the letters I've written. Don't return, they don't reply, they don't say anything. Can you explain that on what happened? Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. Firstly, to provide clarity, indeed, in August, I did get a message because I think I was attending one of the workshops. And one of my colleagues, the acting director, joined online together with the colleagues from Butterworth. And Prof. Nguza was on campus, was also able to give attention to your issue. Following that meeting, after receiving a complaint, I followed up with my colleagues. They confirmed that the structure wanted to be recognized. And there's a protocol of recognition. And they were explained how this will unfold. Unfortunately, the structure did not submit their application on time. Even after they were clarified that this is the process. By the time they went back to my colleagues, which is Mr. Yawa, in the governance office, he then said the time had passed. We are actually now busy adjudicating structures that had applied. 2024, 2025, we are busy preparing for SRC elections. This year, because we had an extended term of the SRC, because of rationalization, we did not recognize any structure. Rather, at parliament level, having consulted structures that were recognized, it was resolved that we are not recognizing any structure, but rather we are extending the term of the structures that were recognized last year. The very Mr. Yawa went back to the structure and said, when they said, oh, now that we are not recognized, how are we going to participate in elections? Then he advised them that you can come in as independent candidates. Unfortunately, they did not follow the due process of submitting when submissions were made for nominations. As a result, they could not participate in elections. Therefore, it's not like there are certain people who would want to exclude them. I verified this thing with my colleagues, and they confirmed, and we're able to even report, because I'm reporting to the DVC Teaching and Learning and the registrar. And I want to add that I was also a little bit worried that how do we have students on campus who don't complain to us when there is a problem, but rather escalate, and we need to manage that challenge because we are here on campus. We are here on campus. If there's an issue, it needs to be addressed. There's a manager for governance, because Mr. Yawa is reporting to Memblai. You also have an acting director of governance. You also have Dr. Mohaswa, who is the executive director, student affairs. So it's unfortunate how it was reported to you. All these details were not provided.
So they applied late, according to, do you have a, because according to them, they said they applied on time, and they even look at an option of that independence that you're talking about. Everything, it was late, actually, that's what it is.
In fact, when they wanted to be recognized for the first time, they went to Mr. Yawa before the recognition process started. He explained everything. Unfortunately, they did not do that. By the time they wanted to submit applications, it was late. Then 2025, we have extended the term of office for the SRC, and we said, in terms of recognition, we are not doing any recognition this year. To accommodate this transition that we spoke about of RNC, we are extending the term of those structures that were recognized to the end of December. So it was that challenge. And I said to them, moving forward, it will be important so that we don't have a challenge of structures who would say, I was not aware, I did not know. Let's ensure that at the beginning of the year, we notify everybody If it means let's move from campus to campus, explaining to everybody who's new, even do that during orientation, because we are already doing that, but we just need to emphasize. Thank you.
But then you need to communicate that to kids, because there is a wrong communication outside, that you were blocking them in favor of other kids. That's a communication that is popular, which if you don't say that and communicate to them and even give a report to your superior of this is what happened, this is what we're sitting with, the message says, you were involved in matters of students to participate in the SRC election. Let's hear the SRC member there.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable Member. No, actually, I wanted to add or highlight from what the ED is saying. So as I presented the student government of Husu, that it has a student parliament. It also has both campus and institutional. So the student parliaments are the ones that approves the recognition of all structures in WSU. And I can hereby confirm now, we're going to fight with ED if we would have brought a recognition that was never made to the student parliament. So there's never been an application of a new political formation in Husu. We are only recognizing these ones that are existing because there's never been an application. There's no one who's been sabotaging everything. And as far as I'm concerned as the president, all the students that were leading, they know how do we constitute to have these substructures and structures. I think a recently structure that was under review was ANC Youth League, and it survived that. So, and this thing was communicated to everyone, and the university broadcasted it on its official platform. So there's no student affairs managing who must enter. And I can even confirm it now. If they would have brought that to us, it would have been rejected. It must go via the students' parliament first. Thanks.
So, no, on a serious note, all what I'm asking now is, we don't want to have a wrong perception on the institution, especially when the issues are brought to you and there's no response. And then these kids, they start to escalate things. They write to chair, they write to us. We take flights, we come down because we see something strange. Chair said, Husu is a democratic institution. Now we see a suppression of democracy. Because you don't communicate, no, these kids, they apply late, these are things that happened. You failed on communication to those kids and to us who wrote to you about the issues. That's what didn't happen. That you must admit that you didn't communicate, there was a mistake somewhere along the process. Even if done by the kids, these are kids that belongs under you and manager, I'm a student. This is how things are done. Let's come to the next one. The other challenge, there is also students are complaining about the on-campus residents. They're saying that they are being extremely on bad condition. And mainly, I don't know whether the Komani is one of the on-campus residents. I think Chair again of Council, as you've emphasized to us that you are hands-on, if you can do again the walkabout in Komani to verify these things that students are telling us, that the conditions of residences there are not livable.
Yes, thank you. We will do that. I just wanted to come to an issue you raised earlier, which I'm not sure if management has attended to. You know, and because it's true, people have asked me separately that emails are not answered, telephone calls are not returned, and letters are not answered. And it's very, very difficult to communicate with Husu. And this came to me when I used to be the president of Convocation, that graduates of the university are finding it extremely hard to communicate with the university. Others are trying to give us money because they are now in strategic institutions and they're trying to facilitate bursaries. But the network of communicating with the university is effectively blocked. So that's something you've raised, which we have not had an answer on the management. And I would just like to see whether you would like them to answer that, because I also want an answer to it.
We will definitely like to answer, because remember, it might come through me, but you'll find that there's hundreds of other people that couldn't place it like I'm placing it. We have the same frustration of a dark hole that just receive and don't respond. Prof is answering, is it?
No, I can't answer that. I'm sorry, Chair. Thank you for the question. I can't stand up for everyone and say, yes, we answer our emails within 24 hours, and we have a monitoring system that indicates that. I think asking me to, or anyone in management, to vouch for the rest of management is very difficult. I could say that we have the culture we're trying to inculcate is one thing. But Chair, I'm not sure, Chair, how we're supposed to take this forward and answer a question which is actually a very personal question and which we don't have any data for. And I'm not actually able to answer anything that doesn't have evidence. And I'm very scared of narrative-based answers, because everyone's opinion is important, but everyone's opinion is their own perception.
No, the not responding is not everyone's perception. The chair is saying he has heard that a lot as well. I'm saying, yeah, I've written about 5 letters and there's no response on it.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll attempt to share insights insofar as a response by the university. From where I sit, from the registrar's portfolio, I know beginning of the year is the time where the university will be inundated by either inquiries or requests to check whether my child can come in or not. My exposure is that prospective student will apply, get a response that your application happened to be unsuccessful. Try in the new academic year. I've discovered that it doesn't stop from the prospective applicants, with the parents. They will continue to inquire and probably hoping to get a different answer. I do get, Honorable Nkubane, concerns that you are not responding. When I investigate further from the different parents or clients, you'll find that we did respond officially via the email even a year back before the new year. But it's such that it's about persistence to find probable a positive answer than no. We do experience that. And secondly, the university has, again, taken a new approach, that of a chatbot, trying to use technology for assisting our external inquiries to the university so that we can track the service level provision to our prospective students or parents that we serve about the inquiries or our clients or whoever, so that we can track if there's a breakdown to the communication coming to the university and what can be done. And I hope that intervention will solidify our level of communication. I do confirm that we have such concerns from the external persons that there is a communication late response or what.
Okay. All right, I think Chair says my time is up. You.
No. It can be. I just want to the lifeblood of any institution is that registrar's office. But your office register has got, well, it's not as bad as one university that I don't want to mention today, that fails to confer degrees of people, that registers students, and then Senate comes at the later stage, says, I can't give you this degree. But how you admit students there, and this is a constructive criticism if there's such. How you, so you, for law, you have 150 new spaces for first years. You get 4,000 applications. And then you offer spaces to 250 students. Then 240 student comes and register. And you allow them to register. And after 2 weeks, you then realize that I only had space for 170. And the other 70, you then reject them after they've not only offered a space, but after you had allowed them to register. Maybe I must give you a chance to comment on that point first. How do we do that? How do we register more than the spaces we have and keep this? And this is where, at the latest stage, Chair of Council, you'll see, NSFAS spoke about dual registration. And this is where the problem is. It's these registers, because there should not be dual registration. My ID number, if I'm registered at HUSU, must not be found at UCT. And NSFAS can't pay both me as a student, my allowances, and my residence and the institution's tuition fees. Because this is what creates a problem. You take more students than your space, you know. The minister just released the ministerial statement now on 2026 and confirming the what do you call this data, the enrollment targets and all of that. So you know you have only spaces for this much. And I want you to comment first on why would you do it? Why would you register more? Because it happens. I mean, I can give you cases of those that you had accepted. Well, firstly, offered spaces. Secondly, agreed that they must register. And then at the later stage, you've told them, no, we're full. Maybe comment, register first.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Firstly, the intake of F10s, first entering students, is very important in any university. It's about business continuity. We do selection and admission along the line of our enrollment target, program by program. But the registration space, admission in the registration space in all universities is treated the same way. If in the Bachelor of Laws, the quota is 70 for 2026, we don't give provisional admission to those who met the admission requirements to 70. Because the danger is that 40 of that 70 might be admitted elsewhere and decided to go elsewhere, because students compete where to go or decide where to go ultimately after being admitted in more than one university. And unfortunately at WSU, for some time, particularly before 2021, it's common knowledge that will always be a last resort. They apply everywhere. We sit with an unmoving registration numbers. When they are rejected, wherever they were, in April or March, they come here because they know we are unable to meet our enrollment targets, which is 7,300 for FDNs. So, because we come from that practice of admitting squarely 70 and wait forever, because they've chosen to go elsewhere. Now, the challenge is we can't commence classes on time, second week of February, or very late, or we even end up not attracting the best to come. So we had to change the strategy to do exactly what other universities do, to over-admit, not squarely as per your target of that enrollment for that program. If it's 70, you will give it 120 or 110, for an example, okay? So that you give the space of that competition, okay? So we do that. When we have done it at WSU, it opened for those who use and who still believe that we normally treat WSU as a last option to go after exhausted all the places they like. So when they come back, because now the competition is high, the tradition has changed. The university reaches its enrollment targets on time because the provisional admission states you are admitted provisional subject to space availability, okay? So make sure that you register, because your admission status is subject to space availability and is on basis of first come and first serve. So we just alert the student from that margin of over-admission so that we manage many things, university calendar and so on. So it's become loud when they come back and exhausted the first preferences, and they start to blame the university. And they don't believe that we've met our enrollment target 2 weeks, because they normally know that we meet them 3 months later, and we start the year, April. And we can't keep on with that business. So we are establishing what they are not familiar with it, because we're an engaged university chair. Our SRC is heavily involved when we recruit students beginning of the year, checks and balances and everyone. So it becomes a highly contested process, but we are doing it for the good of the very same university life, and it's not outside the university practice in the sector. Thank you very much.
There's a difference between offering a student or over-admission with offers to over-registration. So when you allow me as a student to register, you are giving me I know there are others who already have offers now. So that's the admission part, that we have given them admission letters or admission offers. Say, if you maintain your June 2024 results in November, you will get a space to study law here, right? So that person is not registered at an institution, has been offered a space, which is what you are talking about, that You are now offering spaces. If you have 70 spaces available, you are offering 110, 120. That is fair, that is fine. But those people are not registered. My question was not in that cohort. I understand that part clear. The cohort I'm speaking about, because if you have given a student an admission offer, NSFAS can have dual registration. NSFAS only has a dual registration when a student has been registered at an institution. And I'm saying to you, unless if you are saying that doesn't exist. If you are saying to me, there's no way that you will register 90 students for a course that your target says it must be 70. And that's the allegation that I'm making to you. That how do you do that? And that's where the response I wanted.
Chair, simply, we don't have that at WSU.
You don't have that?
At all. Thank you.
Okay. President.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Chair. I wish to confirm, even myself, we are not having that issue of having WSU over-admitted and over-registered students. Because in the dual registration issue that we've been dealing with NSFAS over this year, we've been having students who are registered in other universities, but then they are physically studying in WSU, they are located there. So we're trying to reclaim their funding from those institutions then to WSU. The major issue, Chair, here is the one that Red is explaining. The university does not have a system of saying, Mvelo, we have given you an offer. Within 3 days, you must register or this space will be forfeited. They don't do that. They allow these students forever. They then come back students waiting for NSFAS to release the funding of prospective students. They come back at also and then they pay these 4,800 or 5,000 of registration fees. Then that's only when they will be told by the system after they've been cleared by the CFO that no, the quota is full. So in my presentation, I spoke about this. Then you then say the quota is full. And I highlighted that the type of student that the university gets to attract, they are students from the previously disadvantaged families. So we would know it that for them to have this amount of money, for them to register whilst they are waiting for their funding confirmation from NSFAS, their parents or their grandparents had to go and borrow this money. And the university, after it has received this money, it will delay even on refunding these students. This year, we're still pushing them to pay back the money that they got from this quota full process in 2023. So we're just humbly asking the university to have a straight plan that will be understood by the students who are applying in WSU that also if you do not register within 3 days or 4 days after being admitted, your space will be forfeited. And it must communicate to those people. They mustn't be caught by surprise when they are at the gates of the university trying to register that their space has been forfeited. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. So you only know of students that are studying at WSU, but their funding is elsewhere. You know why you'll know that? Because they are there at WSU with you.
Chair.
And I'm telling you, there are students who are elsewhere, who are studying elsewhere, who you'll not know because they're not working, we are not working with you, who their registration is at WSU. And that only happens because this is what NSFAS, because remember, we don't only do oversight over you. We do oversight over NSFAS as well. And we get to NSFAS and say, why are these students not given the allowances? Or the system has blocked them. Why has the system blocked them? Here's this number at this institution. They are at this institution, but if you look at their registration, they've got let's say 50 students at WSU who are in 10 other universities. So this 5 at that one, 5 at that one, 5 at that one. But they are studying at WSU. You go to another university, you get at UCT, 10 are registered at Walter Sisulu. how do you register a person here? It's because they came here at, let's say, Oltasi Sulu they wanted to study agricultural science. I'm making an example. And they registered. And then after 2 days, they were told that, in fact, the quota is full. We're now we're looking at whatever the case may be. Then I'm telling you, register. We do have them. I'm going to give you a list. I'm going to write to you and give you. We do have a number of them who wrote to us and said, I was admitted, I went to register. After this period, I was told that that course that I wanted to do was full. I was registered by mistake. So it happens, in fact, including at WUSU. We've had that, we do have that particular problem. So I agree, you guys must register, sit down, present to council that, listen, this one, it worked. The one of us over, that one, of course, I agree. But also do give them time frames and say you are given this number of days. If you don't come, your offer will be forfeited. You know, I understand that's for the sustainability of, one, the teaching and learning, the academic program, but also the institution as a whole. I do agree with that part. The problem I have is this one of over-registering, and then after that, you then release those two. But you say you don't have that part, I'm going to send it to you. And then go back.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I think that problem as well, Chair, is a problem on many institutions. They don't even communicate to those students whom they're not going to take. So it's one of the issues. So the question I've asked was that on-campus residents being extremely on terrible conditions. If I can couple with the others, the student again are complaining about that during the examination time. At a pivotal time where they're writing exams, there is no library that is opening 24/7 as well. If I can get a response on that.
Honorable Guban, you know, this problem of residences has occupied a lot of our time as council. There are some residences that are state of the art. I think my management will be very pleased to hear that I'm paying them a compliment. We inspected them about 3 months ago, two newly refurbished, like top class. It's as if you are in a hotel. But a kilometer away, you know, the residence that you see is shameful. You don't want your closest relative, even your enemy, to live there because it's just unlivable. The critical problem is the maintenance budget. So this is the critical problem, is where does the maintenance budget come from? We don't get given money by the government for maintenance. We must make an allocation from operations in order to have some money for maintenance. You know, there are two residences at WUSU that just broke my heart when I saw them. It's Tumani and Slimel. I used to stay in Slimel when I was a student there. I don't think they have refurbished or maintained that residence since I left. That was 30 years ago. It is that bad. You know, the carpet, right, has worn off. You can now see the cement under the carpet. You know. The SRC president mentioned a terrible story of one of our residences. We've now refurbished it, but I don't know whether that was Baghdad or Kuwait. The student goes in, they switch on a stove, they're trying to cook, and they go to sleep. They forget about, having switched on the stove. But there is an electrical fault. This thing explodes and kills the student inside. Now, it's a problem of lack of maintenance. So we identified that problem when 2021 and demanded a proper maintenance plan. WUSU has good parts and bad parts, but one of its worst parts is operations. You see, our biggest problem has been operations. We have a commission of inquiry now that's going on. The newspapers, the Daily Dispatch, have reported instances of corruption where, in operations, you see, we're waiting to see if those will be confirmed or not. But every time you have a problem at WUSU, whether it's water, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's electricity, it's operations. So the key thing has been to intervene at operations. So what we thought we should do, because we don't have the power to run operations, we leave it to management, but we have a power to influence the way it's run by making appointments. So we took now the DVC from TUT, Dr. Tlale, to come here. We advertised the COO of operations. We instructed management to hire a person to be in charge of operations in Umtata. The next thing is to design terms of reference about how these offices can interface. I hear today Mr. Nongadlela is talking about other things, but the reality is that when he is actually in council meeting, his inputs are very constructive because he is aware of this crisis of the operations we need to solve. And it's one campus that we need to solve, Umtata. This is our biggest problem, is operations in Umtata. And it's the largest of our campus, 16,000 students. Out of the 32,000 we're educating, half are in one campus. So we've figured out where the problem is, and we've begun to intervene where the problem is by just removing people and hiring other people, because we think that can actually change. Thereafter, putting the right structure. So the residence issue that you are raising is just symptomatic of a larger problem of the operations we have at WUSU. It's unfortunately the place where we are told, don't get involved, right? Not last year, a year before, we thought that our West campus was Butterworth, where we also had a problem with a student who got money from NSFAS, went drinking with the friends, came back, fought with the security, for some reason ended up dead, right? And when you try to trace what actually happened, what you find is that there is a problem with the residents, there is a problem with the NSFAS not paying for 3 months, and when they pay, they give you 20,000. It's like you've never seen 20,000 in your life. And what do? They take it and drink it, right? And we then don't want to be involved in monitoring what a student does with their money that they've got from NSFAS, although NSFAS has a rule about what the purpose of that money is. So if they decide to spend it on alcohol, we don't feel we have a right to intervene at that stage. So Ops Butterworth, Ops Umtata are the critical problems we must face. We've got a plan, but it has a limit about where it ends, because we are a policy institution, policy forum, right? So far, we entrusted the problem to fix operations to the new DVC. And we were just really unlucky this year. In June, we had recently hired Mr. Mbamban. He was, I think, 7 months or 6 months into the job. Yeah, less than 6 months into the job. And then the criminals shot him dead outside his house. We asked the police to investigate. It's 6 months later, we just don't know anything about what's going on in the investigation. And he's the man who had a plan to fix infrastructure. But he was taken away from us, and we've now hired someone else. So if there are things that I'm trying to say, there's probably 2 points. One is that this problem is uppermost at what we are trying to do at the level of council. And our strategy of fixing it is where our powers are limited, because we can fix it by hiring the right people. But those people must also act ethically You know, Mr. Ngubane, Honorable Ngubane, we have a real problem in this country of people stealing money. They get into our universities pretending as if they are interested in the welfare of our students. We then learn at a later stage that their job is to steal, right? There are many of these criminal networks that are operating in universities. And today we have not spoken about corruption, but it is a real problem. So when you hear languages like don't interfere, etc., take it with a pinch of salt. See. We have a real problem in our institutions, really, really, really. We need the assistance of the government. When the government spends money and sends it to WUSU, it has to monitor what happens to that money. When we insist on getting regular reports, you know, one of the resolutions, also on operations, that got us into a conflict with management. For 2 years, they didn't implement it. It was a resolution that any expenditure above 50 million rands must be approved by council. They didn't want to implement that. Right? And another resolution that any expenditure of any amount must be reported even after it has been spent back to council. A real problem with saying, no, you're overreaching. But we've got a fiduciary obligation over the finances of the institution. So we have to account. I sign the financials of the university. Every year I sign them myself. But at the same time, I don't know what's going on with the procurement. And when I say I want to know what's going on with procurement, I'm told, no, sorry, you're interfering. So you've got the right question. You see, we want you to assist us to deal with it because we're committed to dealing with it. We're not going anywhere. We have another 3 years, 4 years. We're not going anywhere. We're going to fix the place. So.
No, I like the energy, Chair. Operational, answer the question of the 24/7 library during exam not opened, as well as the...
Can I refer it to Professor? Sorry, I thought you were finished.
As well as.
Proceed.
Sorry, I thought you were finished. Sorry, Chair. Professors, the library services falls under Professor's portfolio. Library services, 24/7.
Can you please repeat your question for me?
The student, they're saying that during the peak time, when they're writing exams, the library does not open 24/7, and
Yes.
that's what they want. Why it's not opening?
It does open, but not throughout the year because we need to have staff members that work in the evenings. So there are arrangements that have been done by the director during some time, and there are certain rooms that are allocated for students to use, but not the whole spaces in different campuses.
So when you say sometime, is it the time where, because they are saying...
When they are writing exams,
When they are writing exams, it's open.
yes, but not during the year.
Okay, there the students.
Okay. Yeah.
Chair, before students
That's
come
what I
in,
know.
let me sort this thing out again here, because Batala Manjan Katele Minalend. Firstly, the student support. You confirmed to me that the student who applied to participate in elections, they did that late. When you leave here, can we get a report and evidence of email that they applied late, that the reason they couldn't qualify? Because, you know, Chair, the lying again is on the roof. It's extreme. We're sitting here, students are talking something else, they're producing some evidence, and the management is talking something else. But they are producing nothing against what the students are producing. So when we leave here, produce whatever, including the KTBS elections management company, as well evidence that this student applied late, that's the reason why, and a complete report, evidentially, that has evidence. So that we don't sit here with two conversations, one has evidence and one doesn't has. Because now I'm looking at what's coming. SRC?
No, thank you, Honorable Member. No, I just want to confirm that the saying that the libraries do open the WSU for 24 hours, it's not true. There are places that are called 24 hours that do not have tables, do not have chairs. They are just dirty. They are not being taken care of. Like even now, they are opened. There's not even a security that is looking after those places. Maybe the DVC is referring to those. But what I know about the libraries, when it's examination time, they open up to 10. And we have been fighting with them about this matter that students throughout the year, they start like even during the early hours of the day. So there's no logic of saying the library must be closed. If they are really saying they can't leave library unattended, they can do the same as they are trusting the security to guard over the campus, including their offices. They can leave securities to look after the library during the night. Then in the morning, those staff that they are looking after the library will take over. Because really, students do not have a fixed timetable to study. They have a fixed timetable to, of course, for teaching and learning. But to study, we do study even and cross night, by the way. So there's no such a thing that they exist libraries that open 24 hours. They end at 10 during examination. Then on other days, they close at 4. Thanks.
So you are misleading us again. The student says it's not true what you are saying.
But I know that there are special rooms that are opened, but he is saying they do not have furniture. That I didn't know.
Oh, he says it closes at 10 o'clock. They say
library.
24/7.
Yes, the library, he says it's closing at 10, but those special rooms I mentioned, he says they are open, but they don't have furniture.
Why is the library
I
not
didn't know they don't
opening
have.
24/7?
Because we do not have staff members to have them operating 24 hours.
SRC, you outsource security and everything. You spend money. Priority should be at students' productivity. They must have a 24/7 library opening, especially during peak hours of exams. Channel all your funds there.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think you've also mentioned it. They are saying they do not have enough staffs to cater us having 24 hours libraries. It then goes back to what we presented to say the retrenchment of securities is affecting us. Because if there were enough securities, the library would be open 24 hours. But they do not have enough securities, the library have to close. And those special rooms that she's talking about, there's nothing special about them. It's just a matter of opening a room and then saying, go study there, bring your own chair, bring your own table, and see how you handle it.
Yeah, Chair, it looked like, let me not say it, let me speak to the Chair of the Council. Chair of the Council, we have a problem. You can see that. We have a problem of the staff that doesn't know how important a library during exam time of student. They seem to be, they lightly in their talking, you can hear them. Sometimes you can even ask yourself, was this person a student before in his life ever? To know how important to have a library during exam open 24/7. Do you see, Chair, that would?
Yes, Honorable Nkubane. I must say, and I'm not being biased, I think Professor Feza is one of our best senior executives. I think she, because she's not in operations, I think her information just turned out to be incorrect. But I don't think she falls within the category of those who don't understand the importance of opening a library 24/7. We've hired her twice. She left and went to Univen, she came back, we hired her. So she's one of our stars. So if I could just defend her on that one. She can defend herself on the rest. My problem is operations.
No, Dr. Christians, I'll give you now.
I'll have one last question,
Yeah,
Chair.
in the meantime, while is asking, Mr. Dube, come sit here, or you can sit here. I want you next to the mic. Yeah, there's a chair there.
Yeah.
You can continue.
The last question, the Employment Services Act, Section 82A, right? It states that employers must satisfy themselves that there are no persons with suitable skills to fill a vacancy before recruiting a foreign national. And also there is a policy framework on internationalization by the higher education as well. That was issued under Section 3. The WUSU has around 43 foreign nationals in its staff establishment, out of which 80%, 37, are in the professors, qualified, experienced, specialist category, and 11.6% are in skilled, which is technical and academic qualifications. Did WUSU comply with the department's foreign national staff per faculty and program as well? Can the university assure us that there were no South Africans who were suitable for these vacancies that they filled in, and that they are not going beyond the cap that is set by the higher education? Because we have a challenge, Chair, in this country where we now seems to prioritize foreign nationals over our own. I can give you a list of over 20 of South African professors, doctors that are sitting at home unemployed, but foreign nationals are running our academic institution.
We looked at this, I think, recently. What I can say is this. I'm going to ask Mr. Mnyaiza, who is the EDHR, to answer the specific question about whether in those 43 positions there were no South Africans that were qualified. But I think it is a lie that there are no South Africans that are qualified. I've been involved in the recruitment probably of more than 50 people at WUSU. Every time we advertise, we get exceptionally qualified South Africans. We never actually struggle with filling a position. From Vice Chancellor to Deputy Executive Dean to Chief Operations Officer, there are always South Africans who exceed the minimum, both on the academic qualifications and on experience. So there may be peculiar areas, but I think those would be the outliers. Most university jobs, there are qualified South Africans. At WUSU, certainly those positions that are council controlled, we've never had that problem. We've always found a suitable South African. In fact, the non-South Africans that have applied, we've never excluded them because they are non-South African. We've always excluded them on the fact that they don't meet the minimum requirements. In our top executive, we mostly, I think probably 99% have South Africans. So maybe Mr. Mnyaiza can answer the specific issue of the academic cohort, or Professor Linnington, I don't know who's going to answer. Mr. Mnyaiza. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Insofar as the 37 that we have, or let me start with the first part of your question. Have we satisfied ourselves entirely that there are no suitable South Africans? We advertise externally for our positions as well as on a platform called PNET, from where we draw applications. Whether that is sufficient to test that there is no other available South African, I cannot answer that with certainty. It may be so that we may need to do it more than once to probably satisfy the question, is there no other possibility out there? But if you look on the 37 that you referred to, you would also note, I don't know if the stats does show, that most of that 37 actually sit in SET, the science, engineering, technology space. They are either in the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Natural Sciences, as well as the Faculty of Engineering. And in those three faculties, indeed, we do not oftenly have suitably qualified South Africans with a requisite PhDs to be appointed into those positions for senior academic leadership, as well as lectureships. University is now grooming its own staff into these positions that were able to have postgraduate offerings of our own, and therefore are able to nurture our own students who do postgraduate work. The second issue, this category of staff is normally appointed on a 3-year contract within the university, which therefore allows us opportunity to see if the market is able to respond differently when that period ends. And that's all that we just need to make sure that we do on a constant basis, so as to ensure that the market is tested. But we do not, I cannot answer with confidence that there is no other possibility, because we advertise, and if you can't find the person, we appoint from the pool that has responded to our applications.
Okay. Dr. Christian, you had a follow-up.
Yes, Chair, just a quick follow-up. There was just a concern that I had initially also wanted to ask. So there was a concern mentioned by the SRC student that there were insufficient staff, or someone mentioned there were insufficient security staff at the university. But the university had raised earlier that they had currently employed 308 security staff. So that correlation doesn't make sense at the university libraries. They're not open, yet there is 308 security staff employed at the university. And with that, this now raises further concerns as to how efficient the security staff then is on campus. Now, in the university presentations, no mention was made of incidences on campus, response times, whether there were any crimes and crime patterns. So my question really just is, on campus, were there any violent crimes in the last few years? So in the last 2 years, any incidences of rape, assault, armed robberies, and why was this not mentioned in the initial presentation? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. When we were doing an overview, and I wasn't aware that you actually wanted those details, so I must apologise that they weren't given. We can supply them. I can't supply them directly. I'm sorry, it's not on the tip of my fingers. I'm not sure whether anyone here. It does go to the our PPIC committee quarterly. We submit those reports to that committee. I just don't have it on hand at the moment. And we do monitor that. I'm not sure whether the CFO has anything. No. But we can supply those reports. But I just wasn't, I don't think we were aware that you actually wanted those details, but they are available. Thank you, Chair.
President.
Yes, no, thank you, Chair. Actually, when we highlighted this issue, and even when the investigators reported that it employed or appointed 300 and something securities, I think it would have been best fitting if they made a breakdown of where those securities located. Because the universities has 4 campuses. And with those 4 campuses, there exists a campus in East London that has almost 5 sites that are operational. And we need securities all over those sites. And even in Mthatha, we're having almost 4 sites that are operational, and we need securities there in those sites. So when we're saying there's security staff shortage, it is evident enough that in Postem or in East London, the campus there does no longer have lights on those spots, VAT lights or don't lights, I don't know how to call them. They were cut off by the cable thieves. And recently, when they went to cut the cables for Transnet, they shooted the securities they were trying to patrol. So there's really a crisis at the level of securities that we have. And the university still intends to reduce the number that we have of securities. And as I've mentioned, in Mthatha, Amapara, they do have an access on the main campus through the backyard of the campus not being fenced, and there's no enough security to patrol the campus on its entirety. So it's an issue that we wish it could be attended to, because there have been serious incidences even in Mthatha of where students would be marked like by people who are notifiable that these ones are not students. But because we're having this security risk that is not being attended to, and the university is still intending to retrench or reduce this number further. So I think that they are not addressing the issue. Perhaps they can, since we're here and they are also here, they can make the breakdown of where is the 310 allocated to.
Yeah, I did say that some conversations you must have on your own. So you want to bring us, but Chair, earlier on when you opened, you did say that there was a security that you had on campus, and then somehow they fought, and then a student was killed. What is the name of that security? And you did say you have cut ties with them.
The security that we removed is Kamialuza security.
Kamialuza,
yes.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Mr. Dube, do you know that security? Bring the mic close.
Chair, we complemented the existing security detail post the incident of the 15th of April when we had a student shooting at the NMT delivery site of Mthatha campus. We asked the contracted service provider to add 20 more guards, precisely because we had at the time sporadic incidents of classes being disrupted and a range of other activities by balaclava-clad individuals on campus, and we sought to deter that. And that emanated from the incident of the 15th. And when the campus stabilized, we gradually let go of that additional capacity, precisely because it was unbudgeted for and it was an additional expense. Thank you, Chair.
The question was, do you know that security company?
The current security company in Mthatha is MI7. We previously had Kamialuza.
I'm asking the Kamialuza. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it correctly. Do you know it?
I know Kamialuza is a contracted service provider to the institution, just like we had other companies like Pico, Silver Solutions, SSG. Thank
We
you,
will
Chair.
get to that part. For now, let's concentrate on what I'm asking. So, do you know a guy called Basil Nock or Basil Nock?
Mr. Basil Nock was a campus security officer employed by Kamialuza, responsible for Mthatha campus, the delivery sites in Mthatha. Yes, Chair.
So you know him, that he worked for that company?
I know him as an employee of MI7, indeed. Rather, Kamialuza, I'm confusing issues here. He was employed by Kamialuza.
In fact, you are not confusing issues. Your mind is reminding you that you know him, you knew him before. And that's where your mind took you. Tell us, where did he work first?
If I may, Chair, contracted security service providers are employed through open competitive bidding for a fixed term, 3-year period. And when their contracts expire, there is a new bidding process. They bid just like everybody else. And the staff is still the same staff that changes hands from one security company to the other. Of course, they are vetting exercise and recruitment specific to that particular company that has been awarded the site. So my confusion emanates from the fact that when Gamialuza's contract came to an end, Basil and the rest of the staff that were employed by Gamialuza were recruited and became MI7 staff. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. But this Basil guy, you don't know him from MCQ Security?
No, Chair. I joined the institution in 2023. I have no history of MCQ or any other companies before then.
Okay, and you know the owner of this security, that, what do you call it, Nyaluza? What is it?
Yes, Chair. I became aware of the owner of the company, Mr. Ngubane.
And how do you know him?
Chair, I know him as the owner of the company, and that is where the relationship starts and end.
And you've never met him outside of Mthatha, Komani, where Wusu is? You've never met him outside of those areas?
Yes and no, Chair. I've never met him outside any area of operation, which has nothing to do with the institution. I subsequently got to meet him after I and the CFO were delegated to meet him after his contract had been terminated.
Just please repeat the last part.
Chair, I only got to meet Mr. Ngubane after the CFO and myself were assigned to meet him and negotiate with him the terms of separation with the institution when his contract for Butterworth, where he had been awarded, was terminated.
Okay. I've asked you basic questions intentionally. I'm trying to say to you, try to be honest. So you're saying to me you have never met him, let's say for an example in Johannesburg, at the Intercontinental Hotel. You're saying to me you've never met him there. So there's no proof, there's nothing that I can produce here that will have you and Mr. Ngubane appearing on this photograph or video, whatever. There's nothing like that. You have never met him outside of WUSU or that working, or you'll say you want to meet him to terminate this contract at Intercontinental.
To negotiate, Chair, and I did meet him at the Intercontinental, and I wasn't alone. I was with the CFO. I did not meet him in my personal capacity. I was on university business. I think we met him twice at the Intercontinental.
Okay. What is your substantive position?
I'm Director of Facilities by appointment, Chair.
Okay. You are acting operations and ICT now?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Lonzi, please come in. I want to give Ndade Dube time to think.
I thought you were gaining momentum, Chair.
No, I want to
I'm
give
not
him,
disturbing you.
No, I want to give him time to think.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I don't think I'm going to be long because the honorable members that spoke before me would have covered a lot of the issues. And generally, you know my position, Chair, that I think I said this earlier on when I was speaking to Chair of Council, that in an ideal situation, a lot of the work that the committee is forced to be doing, it's work that should actually be done by the department. But because we've got a very dysfunctional department that is not performing that oversight, we are then forced to interact with institutions and entities directly. And I think that could likely be a similar problem. It also, judging from today's meeting, I don't know where the council now has to be hands-on. I'd just like to get your view, Chair. Maybe we'll start with some policy issues first. When we went to Strat Camp, with the department, we're debating this thing of the cost of the courses, and why not? And why don't we standardize degrees and courses across all institutions? Because if someone is going to be a lawyer taught at UCT or UWC, that the person should have the same competency as someone taught the same course in Walter Sisulu University. If we're going to get an engineer from one institution, we need them to have the same competency as the other. Otherwise, our roads are going to collapse because these ones are valued to be less. And if there is that commitment towards standardization of these courses across all our public institutions, then there shouldn't be a justification why these ones must be almost double the price of the other ones. And then that's why we end up having what I think what was raised by the institution, that your historically white institutions then tend to benefit more in terms of government funding. And these are institutions that already have money, by the way, because they've got international donors, they've got, they've been around, they've got reserves. And then your historically black institutions, not only do they not get enough grants, but also you are being made to either charge less, if the right amount is there, for the very same courses that these other institutions are charging as well. So I wonder, I'm just picking the brain of the institution at a policy level, what really can be done. I know we're meeting with USEF next week as well. I'm going to raise the same point to say that irrespective of where you are, if you are studying a degree in South Africa, whether it's in the University of Venda, whether it's in the University of Pretoria, the standards ought to be the same, and therefore it must cost the same.
Yes, I would like to agree, but I would like to give the CFO and Professor Lennington a chance to comment.
Honorable Member, I can't agree with you more. You might remember that from 2016, there's been a fee compact with the Department of Higher Education and Training, where universities, through the council chairs, are requested not to increase their fees by basically more than CPI. What that has done from 2016 up until now is that your historically disadvantaged universities whose fees were low, they continue to be low. So the differences and the inequalities have continued to be perpetuated. And that has really made life very difficult because, as you rightly point out, we are suffering from a fee point of view because we are charging less for a similar product. And at the same time, the funding formula does not favor historically disadvantaged institutions. So I fully agree with you. Thank you.
If I may, Chair. So just to add on what the CFO, you're actually widening that gap. So one of the equity would be maybe a sliding scale, that not everyone gets exactly 6%, because 6% of 80,000 Rand is far more than 6% of 20,000 Rand. So looking at how to, when you do have increases, of balancing it. The second part, having a basic tuition fee for different things is a good idea. Then those universities that can afford more can maybe ask for student add-ons for certain things that they want to add on. And it would give us the time and the space to actually create some of the quality norms that we need. So our labs might not be as world-class as other labs because we've struggled to get to that infrastructure. So there would have to be a bit of a thought around it, but the principle is relatively good. And like I said, one should sometimes maybe not always think of equality per se, but sometimes also equity, which is also in the other way around, the equity of the different, of what a student gets as well. So it would take a bit more thought, but this one size fits all for everything is always something that should be taken with a bit of a nuance. That's just my thought process, Chair.
So just to jump in, to debate with you briefly on that point, because it would seem to me that you're suggesting, if, for example, UCT has state of the arts library, then it would almost be justified for them to charge more, and by extension, the quality of degree that comes out of there would be better than that of WUSU, because WUSU doesn't have a state of the arts library. I'm just trying to hear if I understood you correctly.
So if you, let me think completely different so we don't get stuck. The more digital we go, the less the state-of-the-art library really helps. It's, what would help is the state-of-the-art digital infrastructure. But so which institutions would get less subsidy but maybe charge more fees? If that makes sense. So they balance it out in a different way. There are lots of ways of actually, you could actually mind map this and then go from there. So I wouldn't want to speculate. I'm just saying there's quite a lot one could actually consider, but I wouldn't say they're necessarily better, but you could say to a student, if you come to UCT, you're going to get a bit, we're going to charge you a bit more for X, Y, and Z, but there's a basic for the actual teaching. But then they would get less subsidies, and at the same time, those that are trying to develop and build to the same level would get more subsidies and maybe less fees. So you balance it out. Because currently, if you look, a lot of the fee-paying students and where they are, it's a complicated picture, but that's where the one-size-fits-all actually makes no sense and actually harms us. And I probably haven't helped. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, I think the argument of Honorable Lonzi, before we leave this one, Chair, I'm sorry. The argument of Honorable Lonzi is that if you are to study law in South Africa, you will not, there's no institution that will be accredited to do so unless they go through a process with the SAQA and Council for Education. So the process is one. Now his argument is that why would we pay, or why would you want our people, or maybe let me make an example with NSFAS, because NSFAS pays for such, which is the state. Why would the state pay per year VETs 140,000 for law and pay WUSU 45,000 when the courses are the same? Maybe the difference might be the experience of a lecturer here or there. So if the argument that you want to bring would be this institution probably brings, because of geographic location, because of the resources, they then offer, instead of having maybe one class, they've got two classes running at the same time, and therefore they've got benefits of two different lecturers, something. But the argument is that he's making a case that from where we're seated, it does not make sense that same process of application, same NQF level, same SAQ, probably same SAQA ID, and then will compete for the same economic opportunities. When we finish, both of us, we go and do 2-year articles at different firms. And then from there, you do what you want to. So the pathway is the same. Why should we pay in this institution 3 times more? And this is, he says he wants to pick your brain on a policy issue because he's probably trying to put together a private member's bill to be debated in Parliament on this point. So help him with that point. I thought I must just
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Member, you're right. I cannot understand why currently state resources are so widely differently allocated for the same degree. So your premise fundamentally in terms of a policy is correct. I would agree.
Let's get the Deputy Chair. I'm sorry, Dr. Mandashish, it's the first time she's raised her hand, so I'll give a preference.
No, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Chair. Just on your point, I will relate it like to my profession, the accounting route. If you would want UCT, vets, and vendor to be on equal grounding, then you'll have to make sure that all those varsities offer the same level of quality for that course. And you'd have to make sure that all those 3 universities are accredited through the same process, so that when I come out of vets as a CA, I've gone through exactly the same competencies as someone who went through vendor. And that is why right now you'd find that UCT or vets would be more expensive to run a BCom for NSFAS compared to a non-accredited, because the effort that goes into that CA stream of UCT or vets is more onerous than if you are not accredited. So if you want to now channel NSFAS to all give us the same amount, then you'll have to put a lot of effort to make sure that we are all accredited to offer the same competencies. Because someone that is at vets doing BCom, that lecturer at vets will end up costing more than someone offering an ordinary non-accredited BCom degree. So that lecturer may not necessarily be as expensive as the lecturer at vets. So to compensate that vets lecturer, you will have to pay more.
So again, I'm picking your brain. So why then do our so-called rural universities offer such courses? Because effectively, I may be misunderstanding you, but what you are saying to us is that these your rural universities, I'm using rural loosely. I know you said you're global because you're number 5 in the world. I'm just trying to classify them. University of Venda, Walter Sisulu, Zululand, and the KZN and the likes. If you are saying, so what it means we're setting up our youth for failure. Because if we're saying we've got institutions of higher learning that are offering non-accredited degrees, and as a result, that's why they are going to cost much less than the one that you get at UCT, then what is the point of teaching? Should we then not outlaw the universities that offer, non-accredited? Because I find that odd. I didn't know that happens. I thought if it is offered by university, it should have gone through that vigorous process.
Sorry for the bilateral, Chair. Maybe I'll stick to my profession. I don't know. I'm sure it's the same thing with the other professions. If you look at a university like, if you look at a university like Venda, it can offer BCom. However, if you want to offer a CA BCom, there's additional accreditation that is required. So they're doing nothing wrong in terms of offering a BCom. But if you want to offer a CA BCom, there are additional accreditation requirements that are there that will have to be funded. Hence, you'll find someone doing a BCom CA stream may pay more than someone who's just doing a BCom general. So if you want all of us to become CAs, then you'll have to be accredited and you'll have to be funded. Hence, you'll find what we are doing in the profession. For those universities that cannot afford, those lecturers that can offer those accredited degrees, we end up giving them what we call subventions. So we supplement what the university can actually afford to pay them so that they can offer the accredited thing.
Yeah, Deputy Chair. So there is a BCom General that is offered at Walter Sisulu. There is a BCom General that is offered at UCT. And we are saying to you, UCT charges more. It's not a CA stream and non-CA stream. Because technicality won't help us. Technicalities. We know what we're talking about. There is a BCom at UKZN, BCom General. There is BCom General at UCT here. There is BCom General at Univen or WUSU. They are not charged the same. That's the point. And I made even after getting BCom General, you go study something to do a CA. You can, even when you have a BCom General. Are you saying when you have a BCom General, you can't be a CA?
You can,
Exactly.
there's a transitional route.
Yes.
But
So now here we're talking, you see, it's like saying to me, it's acceptable for UCT if you want to study dentistry at UCT, for them to charge you more because this is a dentistry route. And UNISA, you then compare it with just general MHB, CH. So that's what you have just done to us. And I don't think you have done justice. It's okay, Deputy Chair. You have not done justice to this discussion. Ndate Mantashe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to just clarify this because there's a practical question, and there's I mean, when you make policy, and I'm not trying to educate Parliament, that's its job. It makes laws, but obviously, Honorable Lonzi, the policy position is underpinned by the philosophy and the ideological framework of that policy. The problem now is at an ideological, philosophical level, there is an assumption that when universities are autonomous, that they function better. And yet we're here, and there are problems. Then universities make laws, and these laws are compartmentalized because universities create their own philosophies, really underpinned by a neoliberal framework of independence, free market system. As a consequence, in that neoliberal arrangement, from a practical standpoint, universities can charge the fees they like. Even when DHET was putting a fee cap, it never said prescriptively so, but it said this is the ceiling. But because we don't start from the same position historically with white universities, value itself in a neoliberal setup is not determined merely by location, but is determined by the value society attaches to it, or those in power attached to. So unfortunately, at a practical level, and I want to be very, very practical here, at a practical level, you're not going to go to UCT and tell UCT how much to charge for BCom General. Because from the staffing profile, from the historical profile, from the historical trajectory of UCT, it's a white institution with white privilege, and values have already been predetermined and defined. What I'm trying to say is this is a complex question that a policy debate has to consider what its philosophical underpinning is. If its philosophical underpinning is that universities have a right to exist independent of government, despite getting money from government, despite getting billions of rands to build infrastructure, to invest. But at the end of the day, universities have got that right. So I'm trying to put the point here that it seems to me that the question you raise, when the policy debate takes place, it has to begin there. We are not going to solve it by patching a solution to it. We have to first decide whether we agree that values in a neoliberal free market setup are determined by the positionality of those who are in power, UCT. So just on the last point, the point about, these programs like SAICA, they once endorsed by SAICA. So I think the terminology we were looking for here is not accreditation, but endorsement. So a SICA program, for example, is endorsed by SICA. It's not accredited in that sense. So they use the term endorsement. So SICA can pull, for example, its endorsement. So when SICA pulls out its endorsement, you can't become a CA unless you undergo a process that is endorsed by SICA. That's why in the country today, we've got no more than 14% of black chartered accountants, precisely because it has been a compartmentalized white man's type of club to build the CA stream from the early 50s. So what I'm saying is these problems are historical, Chair, they are structural, they are ideological. As long as they are not being addressed and confronted ideological and as ideological artifacts, we're not going to resolve these issues. That's what I guess the debate should be about. University, just last point, which is very important to this. If you leave UCT, and
this is your fourth last point.
okay, first, so sorry. So I'm sorry, Chair. If you go from UCT and you've studied accounting, and you come to another university, let's call it University X, a credit that UCT gives to the same subject says 30 credit. And if you get to another, it's 32. What does that university do? It denies that student, in spite of the content being the same, but it denies that student a right to articulate a credit transfer. And universities have got rules on this, Chair. Some of the rules that universities have are, in my opinion, very ridiculous. Some of these rules are that you need to have 32 credits, not 30. So this is a bickering about rules, not about the substance. The other issue that we bicker about, and I'm an academic, I speak as an academic also, some of the things we bicker about have got nothing to do with the substance of these issues. So that's why I said earlier when I began, if universities are autonomous, then the trajectory of higher education is not determined from the top, but from each individual university. And so the rules of credit transfer, the life shelf of credits, and then we have an accumulating debt. We have not even begun to quantify, Chair, the cost of credits that have not been transferred from one university to the other. If you did a study on that, you would find millions of rand are wasted because universities deny students a right to articulate from one university to the other. We have to build one university. In the era of AI, we have that opportunity, because then a student anywhere can be offered a course.
I will create a platform for you next time to give us a lecture. But I think you had, maybe let's hear what the chair says, then we'll give back.
No, I don't think I can add much. I did say, Chair, that we do have philosophers in our council and hardcore Marxists, you know. No, what I wanted to say, Honorable Lonzi, I mean, probably 2 points, and I'll make them very short. The first question you have to answer is, what are you trying to solve? Yes. Because if you are trying to solve the problem of access, then you must ask different questions. You know, what are the barriers to access? The barriers to access are not standardization of fees across. You know, even if you standardized fees at WUSU levels, that's not going to give you access. Or even if you standardize them at below WUSU levels, that's still not going to give you access. So you have to first think whether the intervention you have is solving the problem that you've identified, which is maybe the problem of access, etc. So, and at the moment, I don't think that the idea is clear enough about what it is trying to solve. The second problem, it's slightly related to Dr. Mandasha's point, which is the historical problem of South Africa is commodification of higher education. It's treating higher education as something to be bought and sold in an open market, not as a public good, right? Now, when we were in SASCO, we fought against commodification. I suppose that was before, because the EFF was not yet born, maybe we would have. But we fought against commodification. That struggle against commodification needs to continue, but it faces an enormous external pushback. And the reason I raise that point about commodification is if you ask yourself, in reality, what am I paying for? What am I paying for at UCT versus what I'm paying for at Walter Sisulu? What you will find is that you're not paying for the letter LLB because you can get that letter those letters anywhere. What you are paying for is an intangible thing called brand. You see, that's what you're paying for. It's an intangible thing. Now, they will claim, the capitalists who've created these institutions and sustained them on the back of black labor, they will say that it's the brand that will take you places. You see. But yeah, that brand is not at Forte and it's not at WUSU. It's only attaching at UCT. And so every time as a politician, you try to interfere with that, you are killing what standards and quality. That's going to be the argument. And that's going to lead to flight of academics, et cetera, et cetera. And they say, well, what you're actually paying for are these professors that have got all of these fancy titles. What you're paying for is this library, et cetera. But what is that in essence? It's the accumulation of white privilege. So for as long as this country has not accepted the problem that what we are dealing with is this constellation of the accumulation of white privilege from not just apartheid, but from colonialism. UCT, for instance, is a product, is a colonial product. Right? And we've never been able to address that problem. Of course, UNITRA, Walter Sisulu, is itself a tribal product, but it has fought to be an institution of freedom. Right? The government has failed to resolve this tension for 30 years, failed to resolve this tension in order to create a university for Africans. Right? What it has tried to do is to try to make us photocopies of Western institutions. And the funding formula is a manifestation of that. So you have to think deeper before you put the private members' bill.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think really I was picking the brains of the university. But I picked the brain deliberately also because the manner in which even yourselves, as the leaders of the historically black institutions and the people who lead them, and the manner in which you view those particular institutions, which I think Mr. Mandasha would have explained, it also then feeds in how you provide service to the students themselves. Because, I'll give you a practical example. There are certain things which would almost be intolerable and unheard of if they were to take place in certain institutions in South Africa versus if they were to take place in other institutions. If a student is shot dead with a gun at UCT, I can tell you now the level of attention, the response from government, from the state, from the staff would be so large, and even the seriousness of that case as opposed to what had happened at Walter Sisulu University. The same applies with what we've been debating the whole day, the quality of the residences, the qualities of the libraries. So the point I'm making here, yes, there's that ideological discussion which we can have the whole day. But it's also to raise this point even to you as administrators of the university, to say the manner in which you view your own university affects how you treat the students that come and study in that university. Because if you take the same manager, since we're all picking on operations, if you take the manager of operations and then you make him a manager at UCT, at Stellenbosch, at WITS, or any of these so-called Ivy League institutions, I can tell you now, if he used to spend 2 hours focusing on his job, by mere fact that he is now in that particular space, he is going to take the issues of students far more seriously than he used to do when he was at WUSU. Why? Because on top of the system alienating our institutions, we ourselves, others will call it self-hate or whatever, or like, I'm just an operations manager at WUSU, like, Why must I respond to emails? Why must I listen to these kids? It's fine. It's just wusu. So when I then spoke about the standardization of courses, I wanted us to think it from the level of it could even lead to the standardization or lack thereof of the student experience in certain institutions in South Africa. So that's why it would be acceptable for a Walter Sisulu student to not have access to a 24/7 library during exams. But we all know that at UCT there's 24/7 library during exams. It would be acceptable for a student Walter Sisulu to stay in a residence that does not have a ceiling. It would be acceptable for them to stay in a residence that has electrical faults to a point where they burn and die in their room. That would never happen in these institutions. Why? Because even us as administrators of those universities, we also view them through these colonial eyes which would have established them in the first place. So I was just trying to make that point. Let me come to the issues abahlali. I thought let's have a high-level discussion first, and then we come back. Unless you want to comment on that last reflection.
No, I agree. I mean, some of them, some of these things are just not acceptable, like really not acceptable. You in your own house, you wake up, you sweep the floor, you clean the house. Why on earth do you think that a student should tolerate a dirty room? And you've hired a person to clean. You are paying them every month, 3 million, 4 million. Why are you tolerating poor service delivery from them? You've hired a security company that they must look after the students. Same security company beats up the student, shoots the student, but they still retain a contract. So, I mean, I agree with you, there is the element of self-hate, but some of these things are just plainly unacceptable. We then come in and we say we want to hold these managers accountable, we want to fire them, we don't want to renew some of their contracts. Then you have a complaint, no, don't come to the space. We would never have come to the space if you took your job seriously. So some of these things are just intolerable. There are just no excuses for them. Whether you are black or white, these things are just not acceptable in the higher education. I make the example, I studied in a black university in the old Transkei, but there was a level of pride with what we were doing. We thought we were creating something special. Where are those values? Where is that pride? Where is that special thing? So that's why I'm saying I just don't tolerate these things when I hear managers coming and they say, no, we're planning this and we're planning that, etc. So that's why some of them come to the portfolio committees, oh, this council is too much. But they're just unacceptable. We should never tolerate them.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe I'll come to SRC on this one. I know you've explained this at length, but I want to talk about this NSFAS pilot project because I've got a big problem with it. I think the guys at NSFAS would know. I know NSFAS is coming in next week. And we made this point with NSFAS in our last engagement, that NSFAS has no mechanism of tracking that once they've paid the money to these 4 middlemen companies, whether or not this money has been paid to the landlords. And the end result is that we have a situation where some of these landlords, rightfully so, because they probably need to pay their bonds for lights or water, whatever, they then end up having to kick out students or evict students from their residences because of this so-called middleman scheme. So I also do want to get the opinion of the university on this, but I thought maybe let me give the SRC a small chance, very quickly, not long, to explain the experience that you've had in instances, especially on this project of the NSFAS pilot project.
So, no, thank you very much, Comrade President. No, I think, President, I've said it.
His
Honorable.
His honorable member.
Oh.
We agree.
No, honorable member. No. As we have said it, honorable member, the implementation of the autopilot accommodation by NSFAS has really failed, and even those landlords, I believe that they wish to have a platform where they will raise these issues with NSFAS because they've been trying about not being paid, and the money that they would got would not reflect the actual number of students that they are housing. And in some instances, they would go for months and for quite some time without being paid. And when the money enters, it's just not traceable of this money is from Velo Apenda and it's 45,000 and this one is for Banban. And so there's no sense of track of what the money is for and which months is it for. And another thing, Honorable Member, that I believe NSFAS is deliberate on these things of giving this money to other people. NSFAS released a list to landlords in the beginning of the year, I think around about April, defunding students and told these landlords to take out the students. Now in November, they released a letter that they are going to repay the landlords who kicked out those students. The previous months, like I think it's about 7 or 8 months, that the services that they were rendering students, whilst the NSFAS knows that those students were literally kicked out. So it has been a mess. I think the recommendation by chair to say there must be a collaboration within NSFAS, the university, and students in dealing with the matter of accommodation. Otherwise, as far as it concerns now with NSFAS, it's just a mess. Thanks.
No, thanks. I think I'm going to abuse the chair of council because he's also an advocate. From a legal point of view, Chair, I mean, the NSFAS gives out a tender to 4 companies to run this student accommodation program, distribute monies to the landlords, accredit, and whatever. It then becomes discovered that these 4 companies themselves, they don't have the FSP licenses. In other words, they are not licensed to perform the duty that NSFAS has effectively given them. They can't fulfill the contractual obligation to run that. They then go and subcontract another company called Netcash, a middleman of another middleman, to come and run these operations. I want you to put on your legal hat now, and then you'll put on the council chair hat after. Just legally, I mean, what do you make of this program, which has been at the center of a lot of issues, not only at Walter Sisulu University, but across the country?
Honorable Member, you will...
Just an advice that because this matter might go to court.
Yes.
If you express your views too much, you might lose out on a gig to
No,
represent either or.
No, Chair. Actually, that was the point I was about to advert to. I was just going to remind Honorable Loans that I was appointed by NSFAS, not in the relation to this contract, but in relation to the other 4, there was the original 4 service providers, to conduct an investigation together with a firm called Waxmans. We published our report in which we said the entire scheme was illegal. Read from there what you will.
No, I heard you very well, Advocate. And we're meeting NSFAS next week, and we'll try to speak to these issues. Perhaps the second last point then I'll ask is on student debt. Now, I had a debate with maybe CFO, you'll take this one. I had a debate with the CFO of Nelson Mandela University because he said, I mean, I'm not an accounting person, but he said to me, a huge chunk of this debt that Nelson Mandela has been holding, because the students have not paid for so many years, they have now actually classified it as bad debt. So I think in accounting terms, that's when you effectively give up that we're not going to receive this money. Once you put it as bad debt in your books, I may be wrong, you'll correct me. Then I said to him, if you've already, not all of them, of course, if you've already classified this debt from these students as bad debt, and in accounting terms, you've almost come to the realization that these young people obviously don't have the money to pay back this debt. They're sitting at home, they're unemployed and all of that. Why do you still insist on withholding their degrees and their certificates? Especially these ones that you've already classified. We can still come to the discussion of student debt even at a broader scale. I'm saying these ones, you're saying, look, this person finished their law degree or their engineering degree or their social sciences degree 10 years ago, and they've not been able to make any payment to the university 10 years ago. they actually initially owed probably about 20,000 or so, but because of interest, now it's sitting about 60,000 or 70,000. And they're unemployed, they're sitting at home. And as a CFO, you've written in your books that this is bad debt, we're not going to get this money. But the institution still insists in withholding the degrees and qualification of these. Why don't we give them? Because we hold the view that actually it is that certificate and that degree that you're withholding which has the potential to give this young person a fighting chance to be able to go and access employment opportunities. And maybe some of them get enough income to be able to actually come back and work out a payment plan with the university.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You have asked me a very difficult question. There is, I think, every CFO's nightmare. Exactly what you point out. There's the issue around the funding model. The way universities are funded is that part of our revenue comes from government grants, part of it comes from student fees. Now, if you write off, and I think in terms of the books, you'd have done that. There are actually two levels of write-off, and I'll come to that in a bit. But if you get to a point where you are no longer recovering, or where the prospect of recovering the fees that you have charged, it messes up your financial sustainability. So one could look at some mechanisms, but it would have to be mechanisms that are coupled with that you would need to stop, or you'd need to have measures that will prevent the accumulation of the debt in future. Just for your left to balance to your, it's not sustainable to incur debt and you write off. You incur debt and you write off. I think that's the first thing. The second thing is that there is an extent to which some of the proposals that you have made can be accommodated. In fact, for the first time in many years, we have worked on a proposal with convocation, and maybe I'm saying too much in terms of, but there is a proposal that we are working with where we can reduce the debt or forgive some of the debt, but in exchange require some limited payment, because as you would see on our books, we are owed 1.4 billion. That is a lot of money. So we want to work on a scheme where we can get a bit of that and be able to issue some of the certificates. The last thing I'm going to say is, in accounting terms, on the slides that we showed, we have got 1.4 billion, and where we think a debt is not likely, and I think there are two words there, where it's not likely to be recovered, we do what's a provision. So where we reduce the amount that's recognized. And then there's the last stage, which maybe is what you're talking to, is where you write off, where you believe that the debt is not recoverable. So I think those are the two stages. And we would not, and I think you might have a different view, but we would not be quick to write off debt, because that was debt that was incurred to provide services for which the universities made a cash outlay. Thank you.
I'm very scared to give that gentleman, because he's going to give us a 30-minute lecture. So I don't know. I'm reluctant. We can take it off record, Chair of President of Convocation or Council.
He is the most relevant person, because he's championing
at the message.
The recovery and the forgiveness of debt and the raising of money from the private sector to pay this debt. So hopefully he can keep it short.
I'm at the mercy of the chair, so Chair, I'll be very, very short. A minute will be too long. I think the portfolio committee should consider influencing and helping us in this regard. There's a 20 billion rand debt across the country. It's been growing. In 2011, it was 11 billion. Now, despite free education, it is 20 billion. Part of that debt, about 10 billion, 9.2, is probably a debt that should be written off, according to some scholars. We are hoping, Chair, that the government could be a guarantor in some instances, because with the ICL, which was actually a very bad proposal by her, but with that ICL, the component that speaks to the state as a guarantor, that's very critical, because the fundamental problem is the university and the graduate is locked in a permanent conflict. Until they get their certificate, they can't pay back, but the university fears that they will run away. That's the nature of that crisis. So if the state comes as a guarantor, that's the kind of help we need.
Oh, okay. I was worried when that gentleman was calling the CFO because there was an alarm. I'm going to be very short. I'll come to you, Ndate Dube, for the last time. But there's a point Honorable Lonzi made, which is a point we believe that there seems to be a thinking, Chair of Council, and I'm happy I've listened to you today, and I'm happy with the views of yourself and Council that you don't wait for the house to burn in order for you to intervene. If you see a smoke, we must intervene immediately. And I'm very happy with that. So we'll call you an activist cancer, because if you wait for things to fall apart, by the time you intervene, in fact, we have a problem with Section 43 and 44 of the Higher Education Act that says even the minister must wait for governance collapse or financial mismanagement, by the time we prove there's financial mismanagement, there's no institution. So the Higher Education Act in its current form, we are going to review it. We are going through it clause by clause, and from 1 April next year, we'll come to yourselves for public comments. Try and convince you, because we don't believe that we must wait for things to fall apart before we can intervene. And that intervention that you guys are doing, we sometimes fight with the minister and the department ourselves, because we'll get something. Early this year, Honorable Ngubane, we get somebody writes to us and says, the minister by law appoints the National Skills Authority Board that is supposed to advise the minister on SETA landscape. Then we get that the strategic advisor of the minister has been nominated to become NSA board chairperson. So let me show you how bad that thing is. So the person who is going to advise the minister on appointments is a strategic advisor. So this strategic advisor is going to advise the minister to appoint himself as the chair of NSA. Then we raised the matter. I think it was Honorable Ngubane who raised the matter. Then the department and ministry says, no, it has not happened. You are oversight. You must wait for it to happen. I felt that was ridiculous, honestly speaking. Luckily, it did not happen. So reality is that there's a perception by our officials in our institutions of what Honorable Lonzo was talking about, that if I work for these HDIs, so what? But the same people, when they are given opportunities to work at previously advantageous universities, they become different people. And he's telling the truth. If you look at, and I understand in your case it might be the grant system of maintaining the infrastructure we have, but there are instances where government, the department has built serious infrastructure. I mean, if you go to Alice, access la lane, man, you know, but government put in serious resources there to build sort of a student village inside campus, spend millions of rands. The first thing that we do wrong is we appoint these unethical contractors. There's a block there called 2.3. It's falling apart. One block is moving away from the other. They are supposed to be one building. They are now on divorce mode. The one is moving. The problem is students stay there. And if that thing collapses, they are going to die. That block alone has got almost 200 students. So we've got about 8 blocks. So you see it's a big environment. That's number one. Number two, they claim in 2024 to have spent 49 million on maintenance. You get there at the older residences, there's nothing that has been maintained. Nothing. The geysers have never been maintained from last year. So we asked them, okay, this 49 million, where did it go? Show us, because every room when you enter there, these kids have got vascoms. And they tell you, when you come here, at the beginning of the year, you buy your own. Because there's no you're not going to shower here. There's no hot water. So geysers don't work. So this 49 million that we are told went into maintenance. Where is it? It's not there. You can see it's people are just eating. And this is the mentality that we must move away from. I don't like commissions myself, but this one that we are busy with, I hope it gets to the bottom. I can tell you now, maybe let me illustrate that point so that we're on the same page. So, CFO, the company, this, Kamnyaluz, yeah, gets terminated. And then they apply again at Butterworth. Or maybe take us through. So they get terminated, then what happens? Now, Council, I want you to listen to committee. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. The university, as you might be aware, operates from 4 campuses: Tata, Butterworth, East London, and Komani. In 2021, we ran a public tender process where we appointed.
It's too late. You see, council members must leave. They've got flights that they must catch. So that information we know. And we have not asked for it. We know.
Okay.
We're asking you, you terminate these ones. Terminate. Don't tell me you appointed them in 2021 because you had terminated somebody else. No problem. We're asking you, now start at the termination point. So don't go into, they're terminated.
So Kemyaluza was providing services in Mtata, which ended 2024. At the time they were providing services, we had opened a new tender process from 2024 to which they applied. So when they applied, they were successful in Butterworth. And then MI7 was successful in Mtata. In the incidents of April, which we know about, Council took a decision to say, because of the incidents of violence cited against the security company, that Kemyaluza's contract must be terminated.
This Kemyaluza, I don't know, I must just read it correctly. I keep forgetting it. Was operating in Butterworth.
It was operating at the time. It was finishing its contract in Mtata, and they were about to start a new contract in Butterworth.
Give time frames in between.
So
Their contract in Mtata was ending when?
It had ended around August. They were running on a month-to-month basis because we're still finalizing the procurement administration. So they were running on a month-to-month in Mtata. And then they were supposed to have started in Butterworth in May. And because of the incidents that happened this year, after we had made an award to them, we then said they could not start in Butterworth.
So you gave them an award for Butterworth when?
It was 17 February 2025.
17 February.
2025.
Okay. And Dr. Dubu was saying you went with him to meet them, to negotiate the settlement.
Yes, Chair. After we had requested them not to commence services in Butterworth, we were mandated by management to try and negotiate an out-of-court settlement. In fact, at the time we went to them, we had received a letter from their lawyers to ask why their contract had been terminated.
Okay. Dadengulu, do you know these people?
Yes, Chair.
This security company?
Yes, Chair.
How do you know them?
I know it in two ways, Chair. One, that they are providing, or they were providing service in Mtata, and two, that I know the person at a personal level outside Mtata, what they're providing.
How do you know him at the personal level outside of Mtata? You work as a special project in the VC's office.
That's correct, Chair.
You know the service provider of an institution at the personal level.
That is correct, Chair, what I'm saying.
And we must take it that it was a coincidence then that they applied for a tender at an institution where you work in the highest office, and they got it purely clean.
I would say yes, Chair, because I'm not in any way involved in those processes that they went through. So I had no
You work in the office of the Chief Executive Officer of an institution. You don't have to be involved personally. You hold a serious office. You come from the highest office in the institution.
Yes, Chair, that is what I'm saying. I come from that office, correct? And they bid it and they got that, and I am saying it was not having anything to do with me. I acknowledge that I come from that office, therefore what you're saying that it suggests that I may have a thing to do with it, I hear you, but I did not.
Honorable Lons will not agree, because if my brother would be appointed a chairperson of a SETA tomorrow, Honorable Lonzi will say, I've influenced the minister, because we come from the same political party. So do you understand where the worry comes from?
I understand, Chair, and I, in a bit point, agree with it.
Because this guy makes a lot of allegations, Chairman of Council, writes to all of us that actually I would have met Mr. Ngulu in Balito. They would have spoken about this and that, met the CFO, that the Dube made all kinds of promises. In fact, even offered that he must apply even for, after this one was taken, of security, apply for cleaning. The cleaning one. Makes a lot of allegations, which creates a big problem for a management that allows these things to happen. These institutions of ours, we don't have plenty of resources. With what we have, we should be maximizing them. But our people, when are given opportunities at historically disadvantaged institutions, they see an opportunity to do wrong things. But the same people, when they are given an opportunity at historically wide institutions, even when the opportunity presents itself, they will run away. Which says that our mentality is not right. And it's something that we want to lobby everybody. Yeah. You know, when I was reading this thing that they do, and you were answering Honorable Khakao, I said earlier, maybe let's leave it, we'll give it to Council to look at it. They will look at the mechanisms to help us. Because Kura could tell how you were answering that we are not going to get anything. And I was saying to her, you see what I told you at the beginning. You found out after 14 minutes of asking the same question, but still getting no answer. Because there is no way that they do that from, if you had said to us, I've got a problem that this Krisani district municipality that I'm procuring from, I'm unable to pay them, or the university is not paying. Therefore, they give me water on an ad hoc basis as and when I've paid. I would have understood, but the CFO says, we have paid. Then we are saying they give us this number of liters per week or per day, whatever. Now, because of these allegations, seated here, Chair of Council, I'm afraid that we might find that we are paying for 400 liters or 400 kiloliters of water per day. But the Dube has made arrangement that we get 300 kiloliters of water per day. And the difference, he works with whoever in the municipality to share. Because we are saying, we're procuring water, we're getting it. Workers, students, they're saying there's a problem. Water is not coming out of taps. It comes out very, very slow. If the issue, in my view, was the institution is uphill, it could have even been cheaper for us, Chair of Council, in a yard of a municipality to put in our own pumping station to pump water up. If we really want to resolve a problem. But you listen to Date Dube, and I'm worried. You know, I asked, when you are saying he's acting, maybe it's better. Because if he was not acting, he was substantive, then we're going to have a serious problem. Because we need people who understand that every day we don't get water there. We're trembling on the dignity of the people who are supposed to be working there. On a daily, so the lecturers, the support staff, the students who go to Komani on a daily basis, we're trembling on their dignity. And could I listen to him? I listened to him. I looked at him and I listened to him and I realized that Mornal Matat, we have a problem. And that's why I said to Honorable Khago, let's leave it. Let's leave it. Because he did not give us a bad attitude. He just gave us an attitude that, Mole, there's nothing. You guys are worried about small things. So that attitude is an attitude that's not going to help us. It's an attitude that is not going to help us. I've said that, like I said, I won't have any questions. I think we must thank you, but I just want to make closing remarks before I thank you on few things. NSFAS, we're having a conversation with them next week. And I hope you've had, even, you see NSFAS, you go sit in the office and say, no, we've decided we're not paying tuition fees. We're paying accommodation and allowances. Why are we doing that? Because in any case, we're still going to pay. When we have this money here, why do we want to keep it to ourselves? For what good reason? You say, in November, I paid the September allowance. And then I'm still going to pay the October, not allowance, the tuition. I'm still going to pay the October, and it doesn't work. I don't understand this thing. Yes, this NSFAS, I listened to Finance Minister last week, and Tate Godongwan, speaking on this issue of, well, I don't agree with it, on closing NSFAS. I can't. But there are serious things that he raises that are correct. When I have a conversation with him, I'll tell him, by the way, even universities, they use this other people like Intellimali and Fundi and to distribute this finance. So I'm not condoning that NSFAS must have this middleman, but it will be amiss of us to keep to sit down and say, universities don't use them, they use them. You know, people who help you pay allowances and all of that, they themselves are middle people. They're not appointed by NSFAS, they're appointed by universities. Maybe administered better, because, well, was it in Telimali that gave a WUSU student 14 million? And then the poor student was convicted in Telimali, nothing. When it was them who probably they were doing that thing with the clear plan that they are going to eat with her. They commit a serious mistake, but because they've got money for lawyers, NSFAS or WUSU does not take them to court. They take students because they've got no defense, you know. So when I have that conversation, we'll tell him, even universities, they use the same processes, probably administered better. But NSFAS, earlier this year, we had a conversation with you. We said, NSFAS on the 7th of March, they decided that they are going to cap the fee for non-accredited accommodation at 2,500. After allowing students to go sign and stay there. Was it a good decision? It's a perfect decision, because we don't want our students to stay in non-accredited accommodation. But you can't wake up in the middle of the semester and take such a decision. We told them, we don't support that thing. It's creating problems for us, go fix it. Kandi were forcing them to go do something even more drastic. In June, they defunded about 11,000 students across. They said, no. You are at WUSU, but you applied during the DHET phase, creating a serious problem. I can't remember whether it was the DVC or you chair who said, that creates a financial burden for an institution because you can't take a child home. I'm happy you said there are institutions who take them home in June. They say, no. You're no longer on NSFAS, get off our property, you owe us this much. Which we were arguing it at one institution, and we told them that's regressive because this child, when they came here, they had no debt. You took them in, you being the higher education system, university and NSFAS, you put them in your system. 6 months later, they've not done anything. You said they can come. You say, no, you owe us 90,000, go back home. Now, they are now indebted. They now have 90,000 debt in their names when the problem was not created by them. We told we're happy that you said you are not taking them home. We told NSFAS to go get that money. Luckily, in September, they announced that the shortfall was around 11 billion. They got it. There was a press conference, very nice. Students, even today, they are still telling us, we have not received those allowances. It was NSFAS, they took the minister. I said to the minister, hey, minister, you are doing a press conference with NSFAS promising students these allowances for 2 months. NSFAS, they will vanish on you. It's November now, 2 months late. They've not released the allowances of these students. And I told the minister, but I told you, it was a very nice press conference. People tomorrow are going to say the minister promised this, does not deliver. And it's not him. It's NSFAS who created this particular problem for us. So we're happy that you don't take kids home, but the funding, not only from NSFAS, I think the funding, the grant funding, we did have a table with my team that we looked at, I think, earlier this year, when we looked at how much are we funding HDIs and for what. On infrastructure, the CIEG, we still fund more to historically privileged. It doesn't make sense. I mean, this thing we're saying it's infrastructure grant. The easiest thing should be those with the less privileges must get a bigger chunk, and those with the better resources must get something just to maintain. Bashabu wow, not us. The funding reform currently there says, no, this one, we know we're surprised, or why is this one getting this much on CIEG, or on grants that are supposed to go to infrastructure. So it's something that, again, next week when we meet with the department, the ministry, USAF, SAUS, NSFAS will be able to raise those issues. There are a number of things that I think, Chair, you guys might have made or done a lot of homework on us, because you kept on saying the right things before we ask questions, but we are going to monitor them. I think register, maybe cancel. Maybe if you are not giving, I know the issue of certificates it's a big issue, but do you give them some confirmation that they've graduated, that they've finalized, and do you allow them to graduate even though they owe, or those two you do? Yeah, then it's fine. Yeah, I understand why you are called Oltasisulu. So,
If the student is due to be appointed by the prospective employer, we also share the certificate with that employer to confirm that indeed that applicant has completed. Thank you, Chair.
yeah, no, that's good. We will check. We know sometimes when we leave here, we're going to be walking out with the students, so they will tell us if that. Yeah, just one small point.
One small point, Chair, because we did speak about it. It's not on this point. Maybe it's just to appeal to the humanity of the prof there. Can we commit that we're going to open the library, at least in this exam period, for 24 hours? I think, given what we've discussed here, and the fact that actually the university has already said you've got 24-hour spots, but the problem with those 24-hour spots, the students are saying they've got no furniture. So it means, in principle, you do agree with the principle of 24 hours during examinations. The plea that we are making now on behalf of the students is to say, can we shift that principle from these empty halls where students can't study, and just commit that at least during the exam period, whilst the university is still trying to set up a framework of how you're going to do this in the future, because I know you'll have to move staff members around, there's an aspect of security at night and all of that. But at least can we commit for this particular exam period that we're going to have open our libraries or our labs or whatever, you'll coordinate with the SRC for 24 hours. I thought maybe, Chair, before we close the meeting, I must not forget that request. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I think it's a progressive one that let's, yeah, okay.
Thank you. I will monitor that because it's a different story from the direct. So I will monitor.
Okay, no, it's okay. We really appreciate you monitoring. Yeah, the WUSU chairperson must be seen as a knowledge production in resolving not only South Africa's problems but global problems. And I believe that, like I said, in 2023 in June, when the council was inaugurating the chancel, I went there. I was there, I saw, and I was there a few years before, and I've seen, or I'd seen the progress. And I can only imagine now maybe the progress is even better, especially when it comes to infrastructure. I mean, we have alumni of yours that work with us. They come from your institution. They come from the Eastern Cape. Some of them in Queenstown. Some of them in Tata. They will tell us these are the issues. Sometimes we get complaints from students. Sometimes, because when I said earlier on that we do have these service providers, we come from the same constituencies with them. When your people do something with them, we will know. And it's just that we run out of time, but I could go to a number of things. There are people that are not here to defend for themselves, so I can't ask about. If I do so, well, at least these three gentlemen that I've asked, now that I've said so, they must know that there are other things that I would have known. But because we don't have that time, I will not ask. I want to appeal to yourselves, colleagues, that let's go look at these institutions and go look at institutions that must help us change the lives of our people for the better. Let's make meaningful contributions to our communities. The programs that we produce out of that institution, that should be able to immediately solve the problems around KZN, around the Eastern Cape. Last year, well, 2 years, 3 years back, former Minister Professor Nzimande launched a program to help a municipality in Alice for water reticulation, water treatment plant, because there was no water in a university in Alice. So we had to take money from higher education to go resolve problems of a municipality there, so that the students at Fort Hare are not prejudiced on the basis that they want to go study there. It's not a problem of a university, but it's a geographic or spatial problem. And we must produce leaders who would be able to go and resolve this problem. We can't have a water problem in Queenstown. Komani Moses Queenstown. Yeah, so we can't have, honestly, we can't have that. We should be producing leaders who would go sometimes into these municipalities as engineers, as this and this, to resolve problems of that institution. So the mentality that we want to see from yourselves living here is that let's go work. Let's go change the image of whoever, anywhere, who might be having about our institution. That institution is named after Walter Sisulu, a very serious man, that one. Not serious only because my other name is Walter. Serious because of what the contribution would have done. So imagine if you are stealing money for water that must give dignity to somebody who studied at Walter Sisulu University. Or you must just think, or I don't know as Xhosa ba ibizana, mara ka Sotho ba re o tswile pele gore inhliziyo iphumile gore awusenandaba gore you are finished. You know, if you are stealing, it's like stealing. I always fight with these ones of NSFAS. That you can't want to steal money from NSFAS. No. Money that is meant to help the poor. So from here, let's go fix. I've seen worse. We've seen worse institutions. This year, in fact, for the mere fact that you come here, council chair, with your council, and indicate that all council positions, all management positions that can be filled by council are filled, maybe except one. I mean, that's a huge thing. I watched your, when you are interviewing even vice chancellors, they are doing a public, something only that happens at that institution. But I don't see other institution doing it, but yeah. Honorable Loan says that UCT, they do it. You know, maybe in closing, I must just say that these former privileged institutions, they are not perfect. They just know how to manage their differences. I mean, 2 years ago, Mampi, 2023, yeah, we had the Vice Chancellor left at UCT early in the year in 2023. And then the council sat and nominated somebody to act as a Vice Chancellor. But this council, when it sits, is convened by the register, obviously, as the secretary to council. And the register sits in this council. But the register does not disclose that one of the names you are going to discuss as a possible VC is my brother-in-law. So he convenes a council meeting. He sits in a council meeting that decides on their brother-in-law becoming acting vice chancellor, as if that was not enough. Then he wants to leave. He proposes, no, I'm leaving and I'm leaving immediately. Then council says, no, VC, speak to him. Offer him what he wants, but let him stay for a year. No, that time, these people, they know it's a brother-in-law. So then the acting VC offers the register 1 year more, says, look, help us stabilize, we've just lost the VC. Very sound argument. But then at the end of this 1 year, we'll pay you a monthly salary. At the end, we'll give you a thank you package of 4.1 million. And then we come in and say, but all of this thing from King 4, I mean, from corporate governance, that doesn't make sense. You know, you did not, some of you may not know about it, it's in your space. But you may not know about it because some families, when they are fighting, they don't air their dirty laundry in public. And when you have issues, you sit down with your own people internal and say, council, we don't think 1, 2, 3, 4 will work. Let's sit down. IF, you see, you go to them. You don't come here and say, no, this organizational redesign, it's not going to, why spots there and what? You know, you don't bring it here. You sit down there, so, you know, advise properly. I thought you gave a proper motivation, but you gave it to us in the wrong platform. Should have given to them at that particular. I think here, from a governance point of view, there is stability. I will go through the statute. the statute, because some universities, they quietly give it to the minister signs. And when we get there, Chairperson, it says the register must be the register for life. It says there will be no term limits for the register. Prof. Linington knows where she comes from. The register was permanent. It was permanent, it was not a contract, it was permanent. Some institution moved from saying you must have 2 terms as a register of 7 years each, and then they say you can have as many terms as possible until retirement. Some institutions, they say you have 2 terms as vice chancellor, and then they end up being vice chancellors for 22 years. At least one of them is leaving now. On the 3rd of December, we're having our last meeting. I'm going to send him a thank you message, because by the time we open, he will not be back in the sector. Then we have others who the statute says 2 terms, and a term can be up to 5 years. At the end of the 2 terms, because they would have given him the second term until retirement. Then at retirement, they say, no, we're not renewing. Or no, we're not giving you a 3rd term. We're renewing the 2nd term. And then they write to USCs. And then you say, no, that thing is, even myself, you know me, I'm not a lawyer. I was reading their response the other day. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. So these things only happens to us. And now it portrays us as people who can't lead this institution. So I'm pleading with you, all of you, from new employees, council members, new leadership of students. I'm worried, man, about these SRCs that are online, because I think there's something that Honorable Loans is doing online there. Because, no, I don't think there's winning there, but I'm worried about these online elections. Maybe we must just try one physical, manual election, and let's see if people are going to win as much as they're winning now. That was on a lighter note. Don't worry, I think MK will be on the ballot next year. No, but again, I've told you, the student parliament, they will consider accepting the application of MKSM on the ballot for next year. So don't. No, they will apply on time. But please consider that. It's in the Eastern Cape. Don't worry. There's nothing they can do there. I was worried if I'm worried only if they are registered in KZN, you know. So okay. Yeah, serious. Okay, no. No, having said that, colleagues, thank you very much. Sorry for taking too long with you. NSFAS, thank you very much. At least the gentleman from SABC is gone, but here from Daily Maverick, thank you. NSFAS people, Deputy Minister and Minister's office, WUSU from council to management, and everybody else. Thank you very much, or workers and the student. Thank you very much. Members, we will see each other on Wednesday. On Wednesday next week, we have a very long day. We're starting in the morning, we're finishing. Tabile, please inform people from the department that next week, Wednesday, they must not book flights out of Cape Town. Because you see now we're closing the meeting. The chief director, who is the highest ranking official from the department, had to leave because of a flight. So you must tell them they must not book flights out of Cape Town. We'll finish, we've booked until 8. But we'll finish after 10, I'm sure, next week. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.